we came back to the Amar. Yeah, thank you. So we get back to square one with Amar. So I decided to come back to Amar where we actually catch the Blood Raider officer. Only this time we're going to be obviously chasing Sansha. So hopefully Usaras will make us happy today. Yeah, and another thing, this time in Amar, I decided not to go for the Amatar space. Why it's not? Oh, that's why. It's not the auto-targeting. Yeah, since we already cut one of the officer in Amar, Blood Raider, I have a big hopes for Sansha as well. And I'm not gonna be taking the Amatar space this time, which was a little suspicious to deal with on our last time hunt for the Sansha. Honestly, comparing to other regions, Amar has probably the most convenient pockets of like multiple systems with a bunch of belts and proper security status altogether. Comparing to Galente or even Guristas area where I was hunting before, Amar is the best one so far. And it's not that many people here as well. Let's see if we get lucky. But the thing is, well, somebody is killing NPCs here. Thing is, when I was moving my Tengu from Goristas area to back to Amar, on the way here, I switched to Jackdaw. You finished the Enforcer career last night, and that was fun. Yeah. Now your exploration, doing the exploration, but boy, that's confusing. Well, it's confusing in the beginning, and then it's becomes your like automatic. It's learning the interface and getting your hands, like getting your muscle memory in place. There are a couple sneaky catches for exploration. Then maybe I can share, like how you scan faster, what to look for, and where. So I don't know what kind of exploration you are doing. Are you staying in high sec mostly, or are you going to wormholes? The best way to start is actually high sec, getting your that muscle memory going. High sec right now on part 2 of the exploration quest line. True Sansha, check this out. We are getting the commander right away. Let's see what he drops. Sunshine Slaver on the grid. For a split second I thought we spawned the officer, but no. Alright, let's see what the commander has for me. So part 2 of the exploration quest line. Is it... You are talking about the agent probably, right? The exploration agent in the beginning. Or the air program. I'm gonna take a look at it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. And the air program too. Oh, no worries. No worries. Oh, come on, I got stuck between two asteroids. Well, that's all we got. Only tag and the lens. That's fine. That was expected. Oh, for God's sake. Oh, getting... My bad. Let me see the air program for exploration. So you finished the Enforcer. Right now, you're an Explorer. Yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff to open up for yourself over here. And it's all worthy. Especially what I like the most is that skins, which are being given to a lot of exploration ships in the very end. This is the one I'm using currently for Astero. Yeah, remember the skins are the favorite part for me. Yes, I'm trying 100% of all these before I go out of high sec. Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea because you're getting a lot of skill points as well. Also, skins, when they say limited, it's that timed or just one time apply. No, it's limited because there is no other way to get them except this air program. It's very possible that at some point the air program will be updated and these skins will go away. Maybe that's another part of the limited. But if there is a time limit on a skin, you actually have it, like 30-day skin for Blood Raider or things like this. Okay, they also have a crate you can get for free. By the way, if you haven't already picked it up, yeah, I know. It's usually the crate doesn't have much in it except Guardian. They can have like frigates for free and some modules, if I remember correctly. So nothing significant. The most valuable stuff in the whole program is actual skill points. Also, there are some boosters which you can use, and you know, some of the unique boosters which are boosting up your you know, the speed, how fast you're getting your skills learned. That's another one. It has a lot of value. You cannot sell them though. I think you just can apply them directly to your character. You were talking about free Galente Federation Day gift. It has fireworks, skin components, character background, and plex. I've heard about it, but I don't know how do you get it? Do you have to go to this luxury store? How do you claim it? Is it in New Eden store? Free. Okay. Okay, New Eden store. Yeah, it's actually right here. Very nice. Yeah. Fire it is. Yeah, I was wondering where people getting their backgrounds from. I was like, how do they apply this? Because I don't have anything over here And Galente is not a bad background. Besides the regular backgrounds, when when you're actually making the portrait for your character, because this is one of the old ones. Who else is in the system? Do they have these backgrounds applied? Okay, this is cool looking background right there. See that yellowish? I don't know how people do that, to be honest. They also, I saw them, they're applying flags.
Drive active.
Like you see over here. Previous character had just a yellow line. This one, that looks like an flag of Estonia, if I'm correct. What else do we have here? Yeah, these guys doesn't have anything. Yeah, that's one just a regular yellow.
Drive active.
I would put a flag too, depending what options do we have. It's just the thing is, you apply it when you go into your character design. You know, the one where you can change the clothes and stuff. That's where you can make new portraits. It's just the thing is, when I go there to that particular screen, when you can redesign the portrait, it actually resets the portrait that you currently have. And that's I don't want. This is something I don't want to do. I'd rather keep it. All right. The very first system is done. We got we got Commander spawned. Sansha Enslaver with obvious one lance and one tag. Yeah, there's something I wanted to tell you. When I was bringing Tengu back to Amar from Kaldari Empire, I was like, let me switch to Jackdaw, do a couple things around, like these daily air programs where you have to scan 5 signature. So one of the signatures I scanned gave me Sansha Vigil, and that vigil immediately when I completed it gave me a true Sansha shipyard. You probably know it. It's a expedition. So 4-stage expedition. I go on the very first stage of that in high sec, and Sansha heatsink drops, which is, I think it's worth like 120 million. I decided to go through the whole thing, completed it all. Well, unfortunately, heatsink was the most expensive. Yeah, that true Sansha heatsink was the most valuable stuff. Everything else was probably under 20 mil altogether, because it was a bunch of coatings and stuff. But the thing is, when I was bringing Jackdaw back to the station, I found 3 out of 10 and 4 out of 10 Sansha. That's DED sites. And I think both of them dropped for me armor repairers. It's I think Corpi C-type. One of them was 70 mil, another one was 80 mil. I was like, God damn it. So within an hour and a half, I made pretty much all this money that one of the officer dropped. You know, the only officer we got so far, the Blood Raider. So it kind of gave me an idea. Maybe I should spend one day streaming PvE. Just take a ship which can take these combat sites fast and get as many expeditions as possible, and then just go fly through all of them. And do it in the Guristas space. Maybe we can get this 4 out of 10 for Guristas, that telescope, and see if the multi-spectrum shield hardener can be farmed. Because I remember I spent one day once doing that only, and I was able to drop 3 freaking 3 multi-spectrum shield hardeners from Python. Each one of them was 350 million. So it's almost 1 bill of profit in one evening. Because that's ironic. We're hunting a big money here, but somehow just regular PvE activity can bring you much more money, much faster. So we can call a stream like that as ISK per hour. And do that for the whole evening. Just compare it to this type of activity. Yeah, if I feel like if Usaras Koirola doesn't show up today, the officer from Sansha, that's what we're gonna be doing on next stream, just for a change, for a little bit, and then maybe switch to the low sec. Who knows? Because this is not annoying for me, you know. It's pretty interesting, you know, rolling this asteroid belt. Yeah, no problem, because I spent that full of great info is coming from a lot of PvE activity previously, which I got a little bit bored with. So you can do the same if it's if you're in a Galente, no, not Galente, Caldari space area. All you have to do is just go through this hideaways and refugees, and getting this, getting the expedition out of them, and make sure these expeditions are dropping in a high sec. Also, go there, explode the telescope in a 4 out of 10, and just getting this most expensive Python multi-spectrum shield hardener. You know, I think that's the most expensive module that can be dropped from regular high sec expeditions, and it can be done quick. So plus, if you're lucky, you can do more than one in one evening. I would plan this, you know, stream, like first part of the stream, like 1.5 hours or maybe 2 hours, do combat sites only, just collecting these expeditions, as many as possible. And then maybe with having 20, 15 or 20 expeditions to go, that would be a time to take your ship for expeditions only, and just go and drop them all, see what kind of loot you can be, what kind of loot can be found. And I'm pretty sure we can push this 1 billion ISK easily in one evening. At least that's how I remember it. If you do it actively, you know, very fast, having the ship with auto targeting, heavy missile, after targeting missiles, just like I have right now. Maybe not the heavy one. Oh shoot! Why did I? I should have aligned, not jumped. My bad. We'll come back to it. Sorry about that. Let me go to number 7 again.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, unfortunately, it cannot be done anywhere else because usually highways, you know, not all highways are giving you the expeditions. But Goristas is very good because both of them, hideaways and refugees, are giving you 4 out of 10 expeditions, unlike other factions. And if you're a beginner, you probably don't want to do Angel Cartel refugees since they're giving you 5 out of 10, and as a beginner you don't have a proper ship yet to do 5 out of 10. Or if you take in a regular cruiser there, it will take forever to clear it up. Plus, you know, another thing, very often 5 out of 10 expedition is being dropped in a low sec. And again, as a new player, you don't want to go there yet. You don't have a skill set, you know, checking your D-scan all the time. Make sure the combat probes are not on it. And what do you do in case if somebody pops up on your grid? Damn, they can get me. They kept getting me off guard all the time, and I do it for a while. So it actually taking quite a lot of experience to get used to it. Yep, I'll be right back. I'll be here, no worries.
Warp drive active.
I wonder who is also
Warp drive
here,
active.
because I see some belts having a racks, but usually only one set of racks, not 12 racks. That means there would be a lot of rolling happened before me, but there is nobody in the system. That's why I like Amar. There are very, you know, a lot of empty or very quiet pockets of space where nobody's bothering you.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
All right, next system. Quite a few people here.
Active.
what are they doing? Not much activity. But on the other hand, do I have anybody around me? Yeah, it's nobody here.
Warp drive active.
Maybe they're sitting in citadels. But so far we saw only wrecks on the belts, not on other ships. No other Tengus or any other cruisers doing the hunt.
Warp drive active.
Damn. Third belt in a row, not a single NPC spawn. What is going on?
Warp drive active.
Anybody around here? No? Yeah, well, nobody on the D-scan either. Aha. Finally, NPC decided to show up. Come on, don't be shy. Start shooting, please. Oh, that's one tough NPC. He pretty much survived like a couple of volleys.
Drive active.
What is my DPS on those? So 376. There is a NPC harvesting operation. Yeah, no diamond NPCs. By the way, I was checking the replay of our previous attempt hunting the Sansha, and do you remember the diamond NPCs for who was it? Angel Cartel Mining?
Active.
I actually saw that I was breaking through the shield of one of the NPCs, the frigates that that was chasing me. So we actually had a chance to kill one of the diamond NPCs. I decided not to go for it and kind of rushed the gun and escaped,
Drive active.
just not to risk the whole ship. But the thing is, we actually had a capability to take him down. Maybe I should have taken advantage of that. It's just I don't think I'll be able to do it right now, since I removed the low slot damage modules, the ballistic controls. I've been stripped from that particular fit-in, because all I have is reactor control units and coprocessor. Plus, I had to get rid of micro warp drive, so switched it with autoburner instead. So my speed is lower,
Warp drive active.
and I will not be able out, you know, outrun these frigates, because I was doing almost like 1600 meters per second, comparing to Afterburner. Yeah, 563. They will chase me down, and if they pinpoint me there, and will, you know, have me pinned long enough for their battleships to come closer, I'm done. So, but that's just, you know, in my mind. I want to see what do you have when you kill these diamond NPC. What exactly do they drop? Because I suspect nothing of value. Probably just regular meta modules. But still, you know, it's always cool to kill one of the toughest NPCs this game has to offer. Diamond ones. I never killed Drifter before, you know, in High Sec or Wormhole. So that's another one challenge. But also I've heard some people would be killing sleepers or attacking sleepers to the somewhere in the high sec when they're scanning the gates or something, and then they would spawn the drifter, and the drifter would show up and just doomsday them in one shot. So there is a way to avoid it. Very specific fitting for Praxis, extremely tanked, and which will allow you to survive the doomsday from Drifter, and then eventually you're gonna kill it. But they say that Drifter does not drop anything whatsoever. You just you know, you kill the NPCs, that's it, he disappears. Nothing else happening. Because I don't know, is there any other like consequential benefits of maybe standings are changing with you and Drifters? But maybe you can salvage. Is it like a, because usually Drifters they provide a very expensive salvage. Oh, for a split second I thought that my own rocket hit me, but actually that NPC got close enough to me. I was like, why the rocket just switched the direction? Alright, the first cycle almost over. We managed to spawn one of the commanders. I'll be considering that a good sign. Yeah, remember, not a single commander spawned when we actually got the officer from Blood Raider, but I'm not sure about the Sansha. It seems like there was no Sansha commanders either. Maybe it has something to do with us hunting it in Amatar space rather than a regular Amar. Plus, I think it has something to do with if you are in a Cosmos constellation. Besides, it's like the names for NPCs are different. Maybe the spawns are different as well. Wow, there are a bunch of hangar containers. What are they doing here? Let me get too close to one of them just to see what's inside. Is it where the miners are keeping the minerals? Let's take a look inside. I put a Corvette inside. I wonder why.
Warp drive active.
Huh. Here's the guy who generates the
Warp drive active.
Rex. By the way, I was checking the Ezekiel board for Usaras Koirola. I found a hilarious kill which took place yesterday. Somebody failed taking her down on a Hecate. Can you imagine? A Hecate fully fitted for DPS failed to kill an officer. By the way, that Hecate was equipped with 2 stasis webifiers, so he would webify it and slowed it down significantly, and yet was not able to kill it. Unless there is a problem with slowing it down, because if you remember when you fight a burner, succubus burner, you cannot get close to the succubus. It actually holds you on a distance of 15 or 16 kilometers. So I can imagine that this particular Hecate never got close to the succubus that was flying around at like with an extreme speed, and that's why he was never able to apply his blaster damage, which is close combat. So you cannot slow it down, you cannot get close to it, so you cannot apply any damage. And by the way, that Hecate was not equipped with any armor repairs, so it was just a straight up go for the kill Hecate. That's for people who are like, who would say, tactical destroyer would be just enough. Yeah, as long as you properly equip it. Plus, I don't know if Hecate is the best option for the officer hunt. Jackdaw, definitely, but Hecate, you know, you gotta get close and personal to the officer in order to apply your damage. What if that's not one of those officers who are like getting close to you?
A module has run out of charges.
Like, for example, the Blood Raider, he gets close to you because he wants to newt you. What about the Sansha? That's not necessarily the case. So if it made you curious, just go to the kill board, put Usaras Koirola name in there, and see that overall losses. Do I know what it would take down a battleship-sized officer? Well, you need a battleship, that's to say the least. Also, because I've seen people would bring like super carriers just to take the officer down, because they're not a joke. That's extremely tough NPCs to deal with. So plus there's supposed to be a tactic, you know, you need to know up front, is it safe to get close to the officer? Maybe there is a way to fly under the officer's guns, or, you know. So I'm not even sure if like, for example, that particular Tango would have enough DPS to take down a battleship. Even if I stay far away from the battleship, how much DPS do I have? 376. That's it. I might switch it for Kaldari Nevi. Yeah, Marauders would be probably the best option. But you gotta keep in mind, you hunt Battleship Officer in a nullsec area. So it should be either friendly alliance territory, or you're taking a huge risk of losing well-equipped Marauder, spending significant amount of time in a similar systems doing the similar thing, you know. People who live in a nullsec, they're pretty smart. They very quickly to realize what exactly you're doing there, and they will predict your next stop. So if you're bouncing between asteroid belts, you're easy to track. You know, they don't even have to combat probe you. They'll just have to wait on one of the asteroid belts. That's it. Plus, keep in mind, in nullsec you can be bubbled. There is no easy way out. So if there are like a bunch of people in the system, it's very high probability of them getting you in the bubble.
Drive active.
I mean, you're a wormhole, so whenever you have a new system connection, you can just pop out and real quickly check the system out. Yes, that's true. But see, we already established. We know for sure what kind of systems you have to check in a high sec in order to spawn the officer. That should be 0.5 security status. In a low sec, it has to be 0.1 security status. What about the null sec? How do you determine which exactly the systems are, you know, famous for spawning the officer? Probably through the Z-kill board only. You know, to make sure you're in a proper system, because I don't think every single one of them can spawn the officer. So I don't know the solid source for the information on nullsec officer spawning tactics. Unless people know for sure that this system spawns it, can you go and try it out the same thing in another systems? Most likely not. Yep, yeah, so double check, you know, if that system actually has a history of spawning the officer, maybe through the Z-kill board, because I know you can find out by, you know, finding the kills that officer managed to do. And I'm telling you, there are some hilarious kill mails to read over there. Just like that Hecate or Hecate out of nowhere. That kill was yesterday. Officer got killed yesterday. I mean, not officer, the player on a tactical destroyer. So unfortunately, having T3 destroyer is not 100% answer to high security officer hunt. See, like for example, on that particular Tengu that I'm having, I will not be able to get close to him either, right? If that succubus will be flying 15 kilometers radius around me, I don't have a webifier in my feet. All I have is a warp scrambler, which is 9 kilometers, and that's it. If I overheated it, yeah, it's 11. That's it. So if I cannot really get close to him, all I can hope for is actually apply enough damage to break through his break through this Succubus armor. And keep in mind, I'm using heavy missiles. So that means big explosions with a slow speed of explosion. So that might take a while. But just in case, I took Mjolnir Precision rockets with me, Tech 2, specifically against, you know, to deal with small targets, small fast targets. Hopefully that will help. But I think Kaldari Navi heavy missiles will be able to do the job, just like they did with the Makra Osman, which is a Blood Raider officer. Oh shoot! Stop! Stop! Alright, the good news, we don't have any competition at the moment. Even though there were some wrecks in the systems, I don't see any other hunters doing what I do. Sorry for interruption. These ads are pretty annoying.
Drive active. Drive active.
See, there are some new boosters.
Drive active.
What are those? Bonus to missile weapon damage, shield hit points, local shield repair module. Okay, so tomorrow I'll be able to collect the boosters which are specifically good for that Tengu. Because before there were other types. Therefore, like armor, energy weapons plus armor hit points. That would be useful if I would be flying Legion right now.
Drive active.
Yeah, since you asked about the nullsec officers, you know, it made me wonder. I want to check out the kill board for them. How often do they kill? Because I'll tell you that high sec are pretty active when it comes to officers. They're like almost every day I see a new kills on the kill board when, you know, that officer managed to pull off. And as I mentioned, it's not only mining barges. I've seen caracals, I've seen some navy ships, I've seen T3, you know, tactical destroyers also, but the one that from yesterday is kind of surprised me the most. Oh, 1 hour rockets.
Has run out of charges.
Oh, and he ran away. That's interesting.
Warp drive active.
Right when I was about to switch the ammo. Yeah, he escaped right in the middle of my reload. Smart behavior right there.
Warp drive active.
You're looking at Angel Cartel Officer Battleship, and it looks like it hasn't been any kill in like 2 months. And even then, it doesn't have many kills. Well, you have to compare nullsec to highsec. In just keep in mind, there is not as much activity in nullsec when you think about mining, like T2 barges, or at least whenever the officer shows up, people are usually either checking D-scan or they are being aligned somewhere. So they kill officers much more often than officers kill them, comparing to high sec. High sec provides us with a lot of kills where, you know, where this officer actually killing the capsuleer, because people are either not paying enough attention or not knowing what they do. You know, not knowing how to react. So much more experienced players are in a nullsec. So, but I don't think you can check the kills for, you know, when the officer dies from capsuleers. Only the ones when he actually being able to kick their ass.
Drive active.
I know it's only one belt in that system, but I'm still gonna check it. Since we're flying by anyways, and it's kinda in the mid trip, going towards the next Stargate. Let's take a look at it. Usually I would not even pay attention to the systems with one asteroid belt, but you see, that's my second time in this asteroid belt, and both times it actually spawned someone. So it's already 7 wrecks. And I've been here only twice.
Warp drive active.
But when you're checking this officer battleship for Angel Cartel, at least you know which systems it actually happened at. So that's how you know for sure that particular system makes sense to go around and hunt. And then when you be there, you know you're not wasting your time, and it's worth it. Because yeah, you can spend 1,000 jumps and not being able to roll any officer, but it can happen on your first attempt. So it equally possible. Indeed. Yep. So always check when you have time. Plus it doesn't take that much. Usually the average system would have maybe 5, 6, 7 belts. It's extraordinary for the system to have more than 15. And that's why before the stream I usually check the areas where these belts with with the system with 15, 16 or 20 belts can be found. And if I'm extremely lucky, these 0.5 systems are like very close together. Just like I have over here. 14 belts in this one, 22 in next one, and 2 jumps away from here I have 16 belts. So that's plenty for the jumps between these 3 systems. Well, I'm not even counting that system number 4 with only 1 belt. It just kind of sits in the middle. There was no other way to combine them together. I had to go through that 1 belt system. All right, little by little, we have wrecks piling up. I wonder who's in the system. Yeah, some experienced player. He was registered in 2007. Holy smokes. just 1 more belt. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yeah, I checked last time, you know, on average we would cover between 300 to 500 belts per stream. Yeah, and last time I checked the statistics of another person, he would roll an officer every 1500 jumps, like that. 1 officer per 1500 belts. Can you imagine? So we should be pretty close. Because if we take into account that very first stream when I attempted it, we were able to spawn the officer. I don't know. Did it push my leg back too far? Like, hey, you got ahead of yourself. I'm not burned out, because every single belt feels like, hey, there is like purple module around the corner, but I might, you know, it might be obvious it's not interesting to watch for the viewer. So we're gonna be switching gears on our next stream. I'll be doing something else, but trust me, I've been doing so much PvE, different activities, that I get kind of bored with everything else, and that's why I decided to try this out. Plus, to me, it's a chance to try out Tengu, which I never flew before. So this is the only thing I used Tengu for so far, the officer hunt, and it's been doing pretty well. But I'll be honest with you, I was expecting a little more from it, because that only officer we were able to spawn, he did not drop any officer modules. He dropped just a bunch of faction loot. Incursions give max payout. Hard to say. I never participated in one, honestly. But people who are doing it professionally, they, they're not sharing with their profits, and usually that talks a lot. Usually people who are not saying about the profit much, they make a lot of money. They just do it silently. They're not sharing it with you. Yeah, you can join the fleet and do a big incursions with them. So, and I know there are like Discord servers and other groups, maybe in Reddit, maybe in Facebook you can find, where actually when fleet can be gathered, or maybe just within the game itself, you can find a chat for the fleets. Oh, besides that, I actually saw the YouTube videos with instructions how to participate in Sansha incursions, where at the end of it, it actually gives you a very detailed instructions how to find and join the fleet, and how to be prepared for it. So there is a lot of info, and the payout is pretty good. I will not be able to tell you exactly the, the numbers is per hour, but it's much more profitable. That's what I do right now, so far. Unless this officer will decide to show up right now and drop at least 2 expensive modules for me. That would be nice. We can check, by the way. Usaras. Do we have anything? Yeah, unfortunately there is nothing in Amar. Nobody in Amar sells anything from Usaras. Probably everything is in Jita. Yeah, but from that girl, I would definitely appreciate if she would drop either Afterburner or the Pulse Laser. Yeah. Because I think Afterburner is the most expensive one out of all of them. Unless that small capacitor booster is also big money. See, with the officer modules, because it doesn't sell very often, you don't have a strict idea on its pricing. Let me check one more time. Okay, well, 4.4 bill, 4.5 bill for the Afterburner from Usaras. Then capacitor booster, the same, 4.5 bill, which is, I would be happy with this pricing. Now the laser doesn't have it, but I'm pretty sure it's like $1.5 billion, 1.5. And modified small remote capacitor transmitter. Usually they go for between 550 to 750 mil. This is the pricing. I didn't check the history though. It's not always easy to judge the price. The history of cells. Let's take a look. You see the 0.3 bill, but I don't know, is it like a sell order? Or buy order? Probably somebody just got rid of it. Oh, look, the small laser, focus pulse laser, that was sold for 2.33 bill. But it's a while ago though. What about... doesn't have anything on the capacitor booster. What about afterburner? Ooh, afterburner here in Amar, 6.5 billion just recently. See, it's totally worth it as long as it drops. That's the main condition for it. If it doesn't drop like 5 streams in a row for me, then yeah. Then you start questioning it. Is it worth it? Do I do the right thing? Because the initial plan was actually to get another drop, at least one of the officer modules, sell it right away in Jeddah, and have enough money for budgeting my future streams, where I would take that Tengu into low sec in the PvP feed. Either the same like I have right now, or maybe slightly modified, but at least I would be able to afford losing one or two of these ships. But as you can see in my wallet, I have just barely over 1.3 bill, and that's it. Which will probably buy me this Tengu maybe 2 more times. And I'm not even counting a capsule, because I'm using mid-grade crystal. Just for the shield boosting, because it actually pushes my shield boosting ability from 1250 HP per 5 seconds to 1727. It's 50% boost, guys. Or like maybe, let's say 45 to be fair. It's a huge boost. And we're talking about not even being overheated. Put into hot mode and you have 1933 every 4 seconds. Not for a while though. It's less than 2 minutes. But you know, you don't constantly spin that thing either, because think about it, you're recovering almost 2000 HP every 4 seconds, and your whole shield is only 3.250, right? So you don't need it to be constantly spinning. Only once in a while when your shield gets to like 50% or lower, and you give it a one spin. So you're kept stable until you're being heavily bombarded by I don't know, huge fleet of NPCs or a bunch of other capsuleers. And also, you know, if you're not heavily nuded. That's another thing, which I'm not very prepared for. And by the way, I followed the advice of one of the viewers on a previous stream who advised me to switch my Thucker cap battery to Republic Fleet large cap battery. It gave me a little extra. It gave me 20 more seconds of capacitor. And another thing, I put Gistium B-type EM shield amplifier, which didn't cost that much. I think like 17 mil. No, yeah, it's appraised for 20, but I think Jita have them for 17. And it actually became cheaper because Thucker large cap battery is 75 or 80 million ISK, comparing to this Republic fleet.
Active.
What's Republic fleet is appraised for? 28, and I think it was even less in Jita. And it gives me more. The only thing it's inferior to Thucker is it gives 27% newt resistance, comparing to 28% of Thucker. So that 1%, I don't think you will be able to feel it. And newting on this of these officers is, if I remember correctly, it's a Makra Osman, Blood Raider,
Active.
high-sec Sansha officer, newts you 55 gigajoules every 5 seconds. So not too bad, but not something you can totally ignore either. If you're heavily depending on your capacitor, that's something to consider.
Warp drive active.
Mm-hmm. So far, only one commander. True Sansha. That's it. Or just a tag in the lens. What kind of lens is it? Oh, some yellow shit. Microwave. Yeah, it's not even a standard. The one that usually is people are buying.
Warp drive active.
Okay, that's another 4. Seems like it's a time for big spawns. I like those big spawns. Just keep in mind, the officer always comes with a big escort. You can expect up to, I think up to 10. It's like 7, 10, or 9 of them. Including destroyers.
Warp drive active.
Shut up. Sorry, 1 second. These annoying ads decided to interrupt.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Come on, one more belt.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, with these rigs, when I had to switch that hyperspatial velocity once, you can feel it's much slower. Usually 50 belts or 55 belts I could have jumped through within 30 minutes. This time it takes longer. It's a little, it's like 30, 35, and before it was 25, 27. That's okay. We're giving a little extra time. And with a lack of competition on those belts, well, I see Confessor in the system, but I don't see Rex from him. Yeah, he's probably not doing it.
Warp drive active.
What is the name? Conf off. What a name for a Confessor ship.
Warp drive active.
Oh, there you go. Speaking of this Confessor, and he's just landed on a grid. He is doing the same thing. Yeah, some experienced player also.
Warp drive active.
What was that? A mega subscription extended? Did you see this message? Oh, it seems like somebody used my link. Now I gotta kill my competition only if we get some beef to each other. Like, for example, if I arrive and if I drop on the belt and I see him tackling, already competing with, or I mean fighting with the officer, I'll definitely jump into the fight. Or if I fight the officer and he decided to join and decide to snitch my, my loot, we're definitely going to be fighting. Hopefully I am prepared for it, because I actually equipped the warp scrambler for it. So I'm much more prepared than my initial fit, because before I just had very fast warping Tengu with a big passive shield. That's it. But whoever will survive the damage from it long enough will have enough time to get through this passive shield, because I did not have any HP recovery, right? There was no shield purgers installed, just a hyper velocity. Yeah, and he just dropped on another one. Man, this guy. Yeah, we're gonna be competing with each other. Unless he gets tired of it.
Warp drive active.
MSP Scout. I hope he's not setting a trap for me, like those, like that stream where 20 catalysts dropped on my head once. Barely survived that shit. And I think the only reason I survived... Oh, the loader got killed. Look at that. That's probably his job right there. Check this out. True Sansha loader. Ah, you know what? I'm not even gonna be checking the rack. I will not be able to pick up anything from it anyways. Not gonna waste time. That's probably him killing that loader right there. So once he started doing it, he spawned the loader right away. But he wasn't here quite yet. That's okay. I'm actually checking. Usually, when I see this yellow Rex, I check the names on it, because keep in mind the officers Rex, you'll find a name on it. That Usaras Koirola name will be on a wreck if she gets caught and killed.
Warp drive active.
Just as well as I was able to spot those loaders, and on that very first system where we were able to spawn the commander from True Sansha, I still see it right there. That True Sansha enslaver. Let me add him to the contact so I can see him.
Warp drive active.
I wonder which system he's gonna pick for the rolling. If he stays only over there with 22 belts, that's okay. Usually, I think that's how most of other players would do it. They would find a system with the most amount of belts in it and just stick to it, jumping in between, not realizing if they cover these 22 belts faster than 25 minutes, it makes no sense, because that's exactly how long it takes for the new wave of NPCs to spawn. There is no point coming back to this belt earlier than 25 minutes, because you will not spawn the NPC yet.
Warp drive active.
So what do we have? Just a regular spawn. Come on, Amar, be good to me. Amar gave me one officer already, Blood Raider. All I need is one more from it, Sansha, and I'll be happy with it.
Warp drive active.
Another thing about a competition, if I land on a grid and I see that particular confessor having a suspect, I'll attack him right away. Or, in a matter of fact, any other ship, like a barge, mining barge, or I don't care who. that was the reason for switching to PvP feed in the first place. Because I actually had an opportunity on one of the streams where I had just clear PvE feed. So I had a Stasis Webby Fire, but I didn't have anything, not Warp Scrambler or Disruptor in my feed. And when I landed on it, there was a mining barge. I can't remember what was it, like Retriever or Procurer, with a suspect. He was probably looting somebody else's wreck. And I was like, oh, that's a perfect opportunity right there to kill the guy. And I decided not to go for it. Makes no sense. He would just get out. See how that rack is still here, sticking out? The Sansha, true Sansha Enslaver, right there. That's what I was talking about when I told you that I'm checking the names.
Drive active.
And by the way, we partially looted it, getting that tag and that pathetic microwave lens from Sansha. Is it true? Or yeah, it's actually true Sansha. Let's go to another one.
Web drive active.
Give me 1 second, guys. Just had to do a quick blocking. I don't like bots in the chat. Oh, the thing I was mentioning, somebody used my link, I guess. And that's what gave me this pacifier blueprint. Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. Oh wow. There is a cool skin I actually got for this. Yeah, whoever used my link, thank you very much. There is a link in the description for 1 million SP if you never used it. If you were a new player, started on your own, and never took an advantage of this 1 million. So that's definitely something to consider. And I have a little price from CCP whenever somebody's using that link. Oh, I found the first loader. There you go. There you go. Let's go after him. I want to see what's inside. What's that candy taste like? Can I have some Zidrine, please? Yeah, if it's a Maxalon, I'll pick it up. But Tritanium and Pyrite makes no sense. Oh, oh, 1 second. Jimor, you started officer hunting in the Legion a few days ago? Okay, that's nice. Do you use the same auto-targeting missiles, Legion? Pirate, I don't want any of that, thank you. Because I think this is the best tactics to use, is actually saving your time by not locking targets, but actually using the subsystems for your Legion, you know, to improve your missiles. So that's the fastest way. Just activate your modules and wait for that pinata to drop something good. Yep, auto-target missiles. That's the best tactics. Good, good. Good luck to you. Are you going for any particular high-sec officer, or are you trying them all? A little less range and a little less Tengu. Than Tengu, and a little less DPS. That's okay. It's an overkill, anyways. Oh, you actually have the drones also. I didn't know that, because for that Tengu, the drones are, you know, excluded. There is nothing can be drone-wise to be installed here. Guristas, yeah, that's great. Guristas is a Panolopa Atama, and she drops particularly good rocket launchers, which are actually like hotcakes in the Jita. Selling there for like 4.5. I think oh, 7 billion is the price, the most recent one I saw for that Panolopa Atama rocket launchers. You've been in Kuluinen and Oiseo area. Okay, that's nice. Just keep in mind, it has to be 0.5 security system with a bunch of asteroid belts. That's why you went Legion, double reps, and kinetic and thermal hardeners. Okay, yeah. And you can also feed the wave fire. Yeah, that's a very good option. But once you'll be able to spawn that officer, you will realize how much of an overkill it is, because she'll not be able to do any damage to you with such a high resistances, and double repping is that's not like an overkill, that's a triple kill right there. But you know, to feel extra safe and extra confidence, definitely go for it. Yeah, and good luck to you when in your searches. If she drops, if she'll be able to spawn her, just share with us what she drops. But I wish that these rocket launchers to you, because I think that's the most valuable stuff that she can provide you with. Because the cheapest ones I saw 7 billion on sell order in Jita. You do notice less range, 150 bells, you need to move a little closer to the enemies. Yeah, because once in a while you have like very far spawns of like 60 kilometers away. Hope for good luck for both of us. Yeah, thank you, very nice of you. Yeah, I hope I was able to kind of pass it on to anybody else, because I see a lot of enthusiasm in the people who watching it. Like, some people didn't even know that HiSec actually spawns the officers, and it is actually available to everybody starting December 2024. Yeah, and you don't need that much. Just properly feed it ship. And I would probably recommend, I would still stay by, use cruiser. Use a cruiser, because with these tactical destroyers, you know, it helped a lot, but it's hard to know if you're doing something wrong. Oh, well, if you're in a 0.5 system, just bouncing between the belts, you know, and you're there every 25 minutes, that's it. You know, you're doing everything right. It just, I'm not sure what exactly the systems you're using, but keep in mind 0.5s. Uh, they they spawn in 0.5 only. That's true. That's what we know for sure. You don't need to go anywhere else. So it's 0.5s only. If you go to 0.56, that's it. It's, you know, you cannot find them there. So always in 0.5s. Now you need system with bunch of asteroid belts to jump between. That's like condition number 2. And how long after wave kill do I stay? Well, you don't stay, like you saw me just killing one of the waves who spawned right there, right? On that belt. That means we do not expect any more NPC spawns in the next 25 minutes. So officer will not spawn right after you kill the initial wave. No, it doesn't work like that. It's he spawns right away. Is it that? Oh, it's Kikimora. He spawns right away, just like a regular wave of NPCs, as long as that time lapsed 25 minutes. Not as many belts as I'd like, but enough and no competition. Yeah, just as I mentioned before, keep in mind there is no point to come to the belt more frequently than 25 minutes. Officer spawns at the start. Yes. Yeah, and you can actually see it because we captured that on a stream for Blood Raider. Just if you're you're in YouTube, you'll be able to find it on my channel in live. It's I think Officer Spawn Confirmed. That's the name of the stream, and the thumbnail for Blood Raider. Oh, you made 200 mil from Commander. Lucky you. Usually they don't drop very valuable stuff for me personally. So yeah, 200 mil. Yeah, because that Blood Raider dropped faction loot modules only for me. Yeah, just go in the comments of that Blood Raider stream, and you'll be able to find a time code. It will take you exactly where that officer was spawned. If I remember correctly, it's 2 hours 14 minutes, somewhere in that area. Oh, they dropped the mid-grade implants for you. Lucky you, man. I did so many. Well, I should not say that too many, but quite some number now of the commanders, and the only one dropped something for me was it kinetic coding? Yeah, which appraised as 4,000 or 6,000 ISK. So not much. Just bunch of tags and bunch of ammo, faction ammo. Yeah, take a look and you'll see it. So 7 or 9 of them drops on the grid right away, and the officer brings destroyers with him. So even though he flies the frigates, there are a bunch of frigates and a bunch of destroyers coming to him. So just yeah, go check it out and let me know. A lot of useless ammo. Well, we still use it in our PvE activities. Or you can sell it right away too. You didn't ever know they could drop implants. I was glad. Paid for several days of ammo. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they can drop the implants. It just doesn't happen very often. And you see, I've been spawning commanders from time to time, but unfortunately, nothing of value was ever dropped from them. Makes me question myself: do I do something wrong? But it's total like random, just a CCP random.
Warp drive active.
That will be funny if Jamor leaves and we'll be able to spawn. I watched the vid from the nullsec and it looks like across 6,000 belts they found 9 officers. Okay, that's another one. That's another one. I saw for like 6,000 belts and 4 officers spawned. So we're still dealing with quite a significant number. 1 officer per 15 to 20 commanders. Man, that's about time for my officer to come here. To pay me a visit. Because I think that's exactly the amount of the commanders I was probably spawned so far. They're not... I'll be honest with you, they're not spawning very often. And for example, at that particular stream where we were hunting Blood Raider for 6 hours, not a single commander spawned. Not a single one. Only 1 officer. It was just a mind-blowing experience. I think it's so unlikely, but it's hard to know. That it's hard to know with the confidence the rate. Yeah. Feels like I should see one soon. The same here. You know, that feeling is just all over my my head, because it's like every single one, like after so many fruitless rolls of these belts for me, it's like it should be right now. It just cannot be that many without them. Unless CCP likes me, likes watching me suffering here. Am I running? 1 second. Am I running the same feed as last time? Yes, as last time with no web. Hopefully that's gonna do the job. And I actually took Mjolnir precision rockets with me, just in case. If I will not be able to apply enough damage with my kinetic Kaldari Navi missiles. So that's why I took these precision Mjolnirs. Because they, you know, even though they have a smaller range, but it's still long enough. And, you know, the explosion is faster, the explosion radius is smaller, so it should be good for succubus. But you know what concerned me a little bit, before the stream, I checked the skill board. Yes, I can show you. Can show the fits. Give me 1 second. So this is what we're dealing with here, and it's active fit with extra large shield booster, afterburner, and large cat battery. So I had to do a couple EM shield amplifier, so 1 shield amplifiers for EM, as well as medium EM shield reinforcer in a rig, just to make sure I get rid of that electromagnetic hole in the resistances. So to bring it up to 66%, that's what we had to do. That's number one. Another thing, what's important is in a low slot, you need reactor control units, number of 2, and coprocessor, just in order to be able to fit that extra large shield booster. Even though it's not required for the officer, but in order to be prepared for any PvP situation going forward, I think that just makes sense for me. But that feed is not cape stable. I have only 3 minutes and 50 seconds. On a Legion, I could not feed a large rep. The double medium rep kept stable with the battery. Huh. Oh sure, no problem. Okay, couple Machinos. Let me look one more time. On the Legion, I could not fit a large large rep, I see. Large armor repair. Double medium rep kept stable with the battery. Yeah, well, that's the thing about repairers, armor repairers. I have no idea why you're able to put large or extra large shield boosters on ships of the same size, but you cannot do it for the repairs. Go figure. That's very interesting balancing from CCP right there. Well, we just spawned another couple haulers. Let's take a look what they have for me. Oh, they're like 35 kilometers away from me. What is going on with this? CCP hates MR? Well, yeah, there's something about these wrapping repairers. They're so hungry when it comes to fitting, like power grid wise and CPU. That's why lasers are damage type locked. Yeah. First of all, they're damage locked, plus most of Amar ships are, you know, they're depending on armor repairing, so that brings quite a limitations. Stop looking at the haulers. They doesn't seem to have a value inside. Yeah, it's whenever they have Maxalon in them, I take it. But you're probably right. I should probably stop wasting any time looking into him. Makes no sense. But still, it's still counting as a, you know, unusual spawn, right? Oh, there you go. That's my Maxalon. I'll take it with me, even though it's not really worth much. Yeah, it's not worth much. I should probably stop doing it altogether. Yeah, it takes 75 meters, cubic meters in the cargo for 433,000 ISK. This is it. Yeah, Maxalon is cheap. Let me show you the price real quick.
Warp drive active.
So it's 57 ISK per unit, right? Or 7,500. We're looking at less than 500,000 ISK. It's really worthless. But I'll drop it in case if we have modules or anything to pick up. So I take it with me just out of boredom. That's it. Just to have something in the cargo. Because so far, since the beginning of the stream, we were able to spawn only one commander. Yeah, one commander who dropped lance and a tag. And after that, a couple haulers. Couple hauler spawns. Yeah, and these haulers, they don't drop shit. They drop that pirate or pirate. And that tritanium. And once in a while there is Maxilon. Maxilon is probably the most expensive mineral you can get out of them in the high sec. Probably it makes sense to kill them in low sec or null sec, but in high sec, you're right, it makes no sense. Now I wonder what diamond NPCs are dropping. Oh, you have a question? Sometimes you land and you can't shoot until get target lock. Well, that's the thing about auto-targeting missiles. It happens only when you just get into the system, right? You did not kill a single NPC in this system yet. So everything is fresh, and then you can use auto-targeting missiles only when you're being attacked by this first NPC. As soon as they apply, let's say they track D's you, or they trying to jam you or something, if you're going against Guristas, then yeah, like as soon as they apply any negative effect on you, yeah. No, that's for sure. That's what the reason is. In the very beginning, when you just landed in the system and you encounter your very first NPC in that system, auto-targeting missiles will not attack him. But as soon as that cycle starts and you kill that very first NPC, you go to the next belt and you don't have to wait for them to start applying damage or apply any EWAR on you. You can activate your auto-targeting missiles right away. I don't know why it's set up that way, but that's my observation. Yep. That's something to keep in mind in case if you're gonna be competing for the NPCs with other player. Let's say you just fresh new in that system. That's kind of weird, but that's the way it's set up by CCP, I guess. I would be happy if that would be fixed. I don't know if they consider it a bug. Maybe it's done on purpose. Maybe it has something to do with bots. But that's just guessing. Have no idea why it's set up that way. Because technically, as soon as I land on the grid and I see NPCs, I see, just like right now. You see, they just landed. So did I. And I'm activating my rockets, and they just flying towards the target without them doing anything to me. They didn't even start moving. They didn't lock me. I already can start applying damage. But on that very first NPCs, when you just got into the system, it doesn't work that way. So theoretically, keep in mind there is a possibility for you to end up in a system when you just got into the system. you get to the very first belt in that system and you see an officer, right? You have to switch to the regular rockets, regular missiles, not auto-targeting. But you would probably do it anyways to concentrate on one target only. Or if you are not going to the belt, but you're going to combat site and there is another player over there, already started that combat site, killing the NPC, most likely your auto-targeting missiles will not work. So you'll have to switch and wait for the NPCs to start attacking you back before the auto-targeting missiles will work. Yeah, and I agree. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. It's in the very first time when I actually equipped the auto-targeting missiles, I was thinking, like, am I doing something wrong? What exactly is the reason why it doesn't work? But no, that's the way it's set up. Because it can cause a situation when you arrive to the combat site and imagine another capsuleer is there killing all the NPCs and he managed to spawn the commander at the very end, right? If you have just a regular auto-targeting missiles equipped, most likely you will not be able to attack his target to compete for the loot, to compete for the damage. You're gonna have to switch to the regular missiles. Then you'll have to lock the target and just do it the regular way, like we always do. But if you are the first one on a combat site and you start applying damage, it's just a... Man, that rocket launchers are really something. Feels like nothing can escape. And you're certainly outperform almost everybody else who arrives at the site, because they have to waste time on locking the targets and then start applying damage, maybe hoping that their drones will react faster. But drones are reacting and attacking the NPCs when NPCs are aggro to you. If they're not aggressive to you, but they're busy with other capsuleer, your drones will most likely be just neutral, flying around you, not doing anything. So that's very important to react fast to situations like this. If you see there is something on the grid and they're already doing the damages, makes sense to swap the ammo for the regular, either Caldari Navi rockets or whatever you're using. Adishus, welcome aboard. So far, 2 hours. No officer been spawned. You didn't miss much. We were able to get 1 commander and couple haulers. That's it. So this is the reward for my 2 hours flying. Yeah, I decided to come back for Sansha, to come back to Amar. Remember how it started in Amar for me? With a Blood Raider? Yeah, so the same way I decided to, was like, okay, if it's all started so successfully, why not to come back and pay Sansha region a visit in Amar? Maybe it's gonna be just as successful. It's just only this time I'm not in Amatar space like we did it previously for the Sansha hunting. It's just a regular Amar 0.5s domain. I'm actually not very far from Amar system itself. Yeah, 10 jumps only. Amatar, very strange place, I agree. It's very weird how the combat sites are being spawning over there. Then remember those diamond NPCs? The Angel Cartel mining operation? Let's go to 22. Yeah, and by the way, I actually watched my video for that Sansha hunt in Amatar when we had a little bit of a fighting with the diamond NPCs over there. When we spawned that fleet, the escort fleet, response fleet for Angel Cartel. You know, if I would stay a little longer, I think I would kill. I would start killing those frigates. Because I was able to get through like 50% of his shield. In the very beginning, they were able to wrap him and boost him pretty fast. But then I saw more and more damage being applied without repairing. So I think eventually we would kill all the frigates. It's just, I don't know, does it make any sense at all? Because I think these diamonds NPCs are dropping. Yeah, I wonder if they have any special. I have the same thing, but most likely they will just drop regular meta crap, which is just T1. This is what I'm expecting from them, but it would be still interesting experience, you know. Maybe the reward would be bigger, you know, like a bounty. That's one, and another thing, since I can break the frigates, but with the battleships, that would be different. And right now, I would not even dare doing it because I don't have micro warp drive. I have afterburner equipped with a maximum speed of 560 meters per second, comparing to that micro warp drive I used to have with 15 or 1600 meters per second. I was able to kind of outpace those frigates so they don't pinpoint me, and keeping that distance between me and them of 75 kilometers was enough for me to keep them away, killing them off little by little, and then maybe come back for the battleships. But you know, that's just a hypothesis. Maybe I should check later. But as far as I know, nobody ever mentioned the diamonds NPCs dropping anything of value. Everybody's saying they're tough as hell, but they're not saying anything. Do we have any good content inside? Probably, if that would be a case, we would have some videos about it. Oh, take a look what kind of skin it dropped, or some faction loot, or here or there. But so far, no. Everybody shared, just stay away from them. All they do is kick your ass. Man, that makes sense. That makes sense. Hard to know if people don't talk about it, their loot, because it sucks, or because they keep it secret. It is EVE Life, yeah. And somebody asked me about how profitable is incursions, the Sansha incursions, and I had sort of the same response, because I've heard from somebody that it's pretty profitable, but it's not that much. Not that much guides that I would be able to see. Usually, like, people would have something about the abyss, or I don't know, exploration or expeditions in the high sec, but not on incursions. And that can mean two things. It's either too complicated to get into these fleets, you know, and turn this ISK per hour into something worth mentioning, or it's so profitable that people are keeping their mouth shut about it, not to make the CCP, you know, nerf the way you're making money. And I think it's probably the second one, rather, because it can be very profitable, especially if you do it very efficient in the fleet that knows what they're doing. And that's how it is most of the time. Very experienced fleet. Look at that. 70, 60, 62 kilometers away. That's a long spawn. And Jimor, if you're using the Legion, that's what you were mentioning right earlier. Your rocket missile range would not be able to get them. So that's where you would have to get closer. Because I'm at 94 kilometers flight range of my missiles. 94. Oh, you used to watch another streamer who experimented with incursions? That would be interesting. Yeah. It's just I don't know how... Was he part of the big fleet? Or he was trying to do it on his own? Said the money was decent for the rookie fleets, but they didn't allow to be streamed for OP. Yeah, for the security reasons. I get it. I get it. And I think that's what explains the lack of that particular content. You know, how many percussions you have to do. You have to, you know, not like me, well, I have just only a couple things closing my location, but whoever, you know, I'm not really closing. I just put a couple things here in a top left corner. But you know, on the overview, my location is obvious whenever I am aligning to somebody somewhere. You know where I'm at. There is a way to hide it. I just didn't apply any of these blurs. Makes no sense for me so far. I don't fly that expensive ship, and I'm not in dangerous areas of space quite yet. Remember, we had a sort of the plan initially that I want to spawn another officer in order to have a budget. Sorry. They're around 100 million ISK per hour, which is not bad for high sec. Okay, that's for incursion. Okay, yeah, thanks for the info. Got it. Yeah, about my plans, I wanted to share with you a little quick. We wanted to catch at least one officer who would drop an officer module for me to have a budget to go to the low sec. But since it doesn't happen quite yet, but I still want to go to low sec, I want to dedicate one of the streams to go to combat sites. Just regular combat sites in a high sec, most likely in a Kaldari area, going after Guristas, and just spend half of the stream going through these hideaways and refugees, getting as many expeditions as possible, and then go do those expeditions a little quick, you know, exploding those telescopes and trying to drop these Pithum C-type multi-spectrum shield hardeners, as many as possible. Because once I did that, I remember in one evening I was able to drop 3 of those. And if you remember, it's like 350 million ISK per each, so that's 1 billion profit. 3 in one day, yeah. And if you're doing it like intense enough, I'm pretty sure it's very achievable. So my experiment would be like this: half of my I'm not sure what's ship to take with me, but something fast and spicy. Yeah, and it's not gonna be Tengu, because Tengu is not allowed in 4 out of 10s DED sites, which we're gonna be hunting for in the Gurista space. So I should think what to take with me, but I have a bunch of ships to re-equip and make them fast and efficient. Plus, I always wanted to try Orthus. I never flew Orthus before. Funny thing, earlier today in Ojai there was there were like 20 combat anomalies in the high sec. Yeah, it happens. It happens once in a while. You have these pockets of untouched system where nobody's doing the combat sites or exploration sites. Usually it's in the dead end areas.
Active.
Ortus gets it done for sure. Yes, Ortus gets it done for sure. Can even use the auto targeting for lazy farming. You kind of reading my mind, and I wanted to do this auto targeting to clear up the refuges and hideaways, and then pretty much switch it to just the regular ammo, right? And go into this 4 out of 10s for Guristas. First room is usually that's what takes you the longest, because you have to actually get rid of every single NPC on the grid, and then in the next one all you have to do is just kill that telescope from far away, and then pretty much rush to the rack to pick it up and have enough tank doing that. But from what I know, Ortus doesn't have any problem tanking. And it's especially good for applying damage. Another thing to kind of worry about is just, I know Ortus has a bonuses for rapid launchers, and they're extremely long with the reloading. That's the only concern. Yeah, so if I want to utilize the Ortus's bonus for rapid launchers, I should kind of keep in mind, do my timing right when the reloading are taking place. Yeah, rapid light launchers is a challenge then, but I'm not solid on Ortus. It's just the first idea came into my mind. It's very, I can switch it with something else. It just, first I thought about Jackdaw, but then see, Jackdaw might have a little bit of a hard time tanking it in a final room, or not applying enough damage fast enough. So I'll play with the fits and see what would be the best solution for it, because I think the speed is the biggest concern here, because you want to crush as many of those combat sites in the beginning as possible to have this expedition dropped, preferably in the high sec, because I don't want to take the low sec into equation so far. Have had some fun using polarized weapon when clearing anomalies. Wow, they fire so fast. He can kill ships quick. So polarized missiles kind of sucked, though, because you end up shooting extra missiles at the ships that are already dying. Oh, okay. Well, Gila is an option also. It just see, the majority of Gila's damage is coming from its drones, and drones are actually takes quite some time to manage, right? So you have to deploy them, you have to lock the target, you have to aim them to do the damage, comparing to auto targeting missiles. Yeah, drones and rapid missiles. This is the old-fashioned way of how I used to do it before. But it's, you know, it's pretty irritating because you have to lock every single target every time. Because you don't want your drones flying randomly. You want it to be as efficient as possible. So, but Gila is definitely #1 to consider. Like if we're doing it old-fashioned way, but if you want to experiment with the speed, I think Ortus would be a better option. But I'll be thinking about something else. because we want to do it quick. I don't want to play with polarized ammo yet, because you know all your resistances are going to 0, and even though we all got used to these DED sights are not applying much damage, trust me, when your resistances are at 0%, it feels very different. It's you will get this ouchy feeling here and there. So I don't want to have any of these close calls. Plus, I don't think I'll be considering any PvP encounters. Yeah, oh yeah, took off all the polarized weapons for anything harder than then. Yeah, then you're probably gonna have to switch back and forth between the rocket launchers, polarized and not polarized. So you should be getting couple fits with you all the time. So I don't know. I'll give it a deeper thought. If we are not catching Usaras today, I'll definitely figure something out and try to come up with the fastest fastest combat sites killing ship ever. Trying to advertise it for all of you guys for the next time, and then it will give us. Hopefully, my aim would be 1 billion per stream. I don't have in-income skills except the very basic ones, but that's also something to consider. It just with in-income ships, there is one thing in the back of my mind all the time. You're always being a soft target for the freaking, you know who. For suicide gankers. And you know, even without scanning your feet, they actually can go after you just for flying that Eden-Com ship. I don't even see them that often. And honestly, even though I do have like average skills for them, I can get the skills up very quickly, because you see these free skills I have? I have over 10 million free skills, unallocated skill points. So I can pretty much wrap the skills around any ship you can throw at me at the moment, and have it perfectly researched within the seconds. But it has to worth it. So we'll see. Maybe Eden-Com would be. Yes, Speedom C-type multi-spectrum shield hardener seems to be the best you can get from 4 out of 10 Guristas, and that's exactly why I want to go after the Guristas, because as I mentioned before, once I already did experience like that. In one evening I was able to drop 3 of them in one evening, so that's 1 billion. That would be a aim for me for the stream. If we go for things like this, 1 billion per stream would be good, because let's not forget, multi-spectrum shield hardener is not the only thing that can get dropped. We also have a Gila BPCs. We also have other Guristas faction loot, as well as there is something else I wanted to mention, I forgot. Yeah, some other C types as well. So quite a few things. They will all add into this big reward basket at the very end, when we're gonna do the final count of how much we made per that stream. But I just give an idea, because I can do it every day. This is actually how I used to play before. Just go through these combat sites in a high sec, just combining them as many as possible gets all the expeditions out of them, and then go do them. So Gorista says 4 out of 10 is probably the best ones to go for, because first of all, both hideaways and refugees are giving you this expedition, not just refugees, others, other factions. And this Pitum C-type multi-spectrum shield color is the most expensive thing that can be dropped from this type of activity.
Warp drive active.
So you have more, you have higher chance of getting the escalation, and you have the chance of the most expensive drop out of them all. Plus Gila BPCs are also nice. I forgot what are they worth on the market these days. It's a good idea to check. Gorista's Gila. So 27 is the cheapest one I see. 27.9. Yeah, so 27, 28 million per BPC. Not bad.
Warp drive active.
And I do remember them, those BPCs are being dropped quite often. That's a lot of floating skill points. I'm envious. Yeah, it just... You see the... I don't recall what exactly I would have a need. You just need to find a... you just need to find a quiet Caldari area. That's the hard part. Well... Yes and no, you know, I'm okay with the competition too, because if I arrive to the combat site and somebody's already doing it, that doesn't mean I'm not flying away. I'm gonna be activating my freaking modules right there. So whoever kills the very last NPC gets the expedition chance, right? So I know it's a kind of a asshole move, but when you're all about time efficiency, I'm not going away. Plus, you know, most likely you're going to be competing with less experienced players, with people who locks every single target, when you can just arrive and activate your auto-targeting missiles and just whack them all.
Warp drive active.
Sometimes you land on a side and watch a player tractoring in all the wrecks. Good times, yeah. Well, that's a beginner's experience.
Warp drive active.
So why not 2 different ships? One for rush anomalies and one to run escalations. You know what? That's a great idea. This is something that was on the back of my mind too. It just... I would just have to bring it all to the Caldari, since all my ships are stationed in Amar. So that's the only concerning part. But you're right, two ships would be even easier. You just have to figure out which ones. Probably that extra fast Ortus would be the best for clearing up the combat anomaly, and then as soon as you get to the escalation part of it, who knows, maybe Gila is the best option to go for. because first room, right, the initial room, you have to clear up completely. Usually rocket launcher plus couple Caldari Neve Vespas. They'll just gonna be like mwah, 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 just killing them all right, like nothing. I remember I got through those 4 out of 10 so many times. That's that's easy. And then all you have to do in the final room, you just get there, kill that telescope, ignore everything else, make sure you bring you know, you get your drones back in a drone bay. This is something you would hate to forget. Yeah, because passive shield Gila is just unpenetratable when it gets to that 4 out of 10. Because I would put, like medium shield purgers, tech 2, 3 of them in the rigs, and then put like 3 Caldari Navi large shield extenders. Yeah, and then of course in the low slots, what do you have? I forgot the module name that speeds up the how fast you can generate your shield. Plus maybe 1 or 2 drone damage amplifiers. And that's your ship right there. Yeah, it can go through these escalations pretty fast. Yeah, probably 2 ships is up to, you know, the most optimized idea. The most optimal. That's why they call easy money. Chris07 just rated with 54 viewers. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard, guys. I appreciate the raid. Yeah, I appreciate the raid. So far we are at 2.5 hours hunting. Freya, Demon Ray 07. What's up, guys? Yeah, welcome aboard. Yeah, thank you for following. What's up, guys? Yeah, we're going after the officer. So see all these Sansha NPCs on the belts and all these racks. So far it's 2.5 hours. We've been going through all these belts in Amar, in Sansha area, on this mighty Tengu. Yeah, and we're looking for Usaras Koirola. That's a high-sec officer flying a succubus, the frigate. By the way, if you guys can check the Zkill board, you'll find some hilarious kill from yesterday. You tried a whole day chasing officer and didn't get that one officer? Well, that's a story of these streams, of last 5 streams at least. Unfortunately, no officers are spawning, and that's... How long did it take one officer? Man, it took me 2 hours on the very first stream when I attempted that. 2 hours 14 minutes. The very first that Blood Raider just appeared on the grid. Makra Osman. Yeah, it was nice, but he decided not to drop me any officer loot though. And we got, definitely, Adicious, you're right, we definitely got baited by that officer, and I got so inspired. I was like, wow, this is so easy. You know, a couple hours, maybe 3 hours flying around, and we're gonna be getting the officer every single time. It happened to be... It happened to be not the case though. What? No officer loot? That's gotta be a yeah, it was a bugger on the very first one. He dropped a bunch of faction loot, 312 million East altogether. It was Dark Blood Stasis Webifier and Dark Blood Heatsink, the most expensive ones. Also, he dropped a BPC for Cruor, that Blood Raider frigate. And after that, unfortunately, no officer spawned and I tried all 5 of them. So out of 5, we were able to spawn only 1. And now I'm coming back to the kind of full circle. Only I'm not going after the Blood Raider anymore. I came back to Amar to do more hunting for Sansha officer. That's Usaras Koirola. And as I was mentioning before, check the kill board and you will find some hilarious kill from yesterday. Hecate was killed yesterday by the officer from Sansha. And somebody was telling, all you need is you don't need to bring Tengu, you need a tactical destroyer, that's all you need. Well, look at that. He was pretty good equipped. You know, Tech 2, fit, full DPS, and yet he was not able to apply any damage. He even had couple stasis webifiers on his Hecate. And I'm afraid I know what happened to him. Because if that succubus of officer is doing the same thing that Burner is doing of succubus, he's flying around with a very high speed of he's like in a radius of 15 kilometers, right, away from you. You'll not be able to catch him. Cozy stream, yeah, and it got a little bit more cozy with all people drop on my hat. Thank you for the raid one more time, I appreciate that. Oh, thank you for following on YouTube as well. Yep. A lot of new followers, I really appreciate. Welcome aboard. Aren't Hecates as paper tank? It depends how you fit it. And another thing is, if it's applying enough damage, you shouldn't really worry about tanking it. But I'm afraid that Hecate did not have a chance to apply its damage because it needs to be like close and personal with its officer. So that's why he brought these 2 stasis webifiers, but he could not even freaking catch the officer. If the officer is constantly staying 15 kilometers away from you, what do you do? What do you do? You're trying to... in a matter of fact, let me see if I can find that kill for you. Just give me 1 second. It's on the kill board from yesterday. 1 second. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, I'm dropping the link. I'm dropping the link right now where you can take a look at it, so what happened. Yeah, and he had a micro warp drive. He had a warp scrambler and a couple stasis webifiers, and then a bunch of magnetic field stabilizers. So he was like fully equipped to apply damage, right? And he never had a chance to do that because I think maybe he did not have enough speed to get close to this to the succubus. Blasters quickly changed between amazing DPS and 0 DPS. It didn't even change on him. I'm pretty sure he did not have a chance to apply any damage to this succubus. I didn't read the kill mail. Do you see, guys, if he applied any damage over there? If he didn't, or he did, maybe he burned his blasters, which is not even required. If Officer Scram, so yeah, yep. Oh, so it's not a Disruptor, it's Scramble. Succubus are classically fast as hell. Yeah, and that's a little bit of a concern of mine because I don't have any stasis webifiers, and I have a large missiles, right? Right on equipped. So that means big explosions with a slow explosion speeds. But what I brought with me is this Mjolnir Precision heavy missiles. Hopefully that will be able to solve the problem if we encounter it. But you know, I'm pretty sure that Kaldari Navy kinetic ones will just do damage. Slowly but surely we will get through his tank. And something tells me she will not be able to apply enough damage to go through my tank. Unless she nukes me like crazy. That's what I don't know. Because that Blood Raider Kruor, he was nuking me 55 gigajoules every 5 seconds. Legion has the web, but it might also not actually catch it. Yeah, because you need to get close enough first to... Hope I don't lose my lead. Well, no, you shouldn't. You shouldn't, because Legion is tanky enough. Because all you need is time to get through the tank of the officer. Yeah, and I don't think it's wise to kind of change your focus, you know, change your target from officer to the officer escort, because keep in mind, officer does not arrive alone. He brings bunch of freaking frigates and destroyers with him. So they will all apply damage to you. But comparing to how hard the officer hits, it can be ignored. It just, maybe it's gonna pile up eventually. But with my passive Gila, I think they were able to, not Gila, passive Tango, they got through like at least 30% of my tank by the end, by the time I got them killed. So, and 30% of passive Tango tank is it's over 20%, over 20,000 of HP. Because altogether, I had 65,000 EHP on Tengu with I had 3 large shield extenders installed just to be able to resist suicide gankers in case if we have any of that. So, and that officer chew through 20% of it. No, 30% of it, because I remember like at least 1/3 of it was gone by the time I finished him. So it's not a joke. It's not a joke. They're not to be underestimated. And you know, the proof is right there on the kill board that I just shared with you. So the guy thought all he needs is a destroyer, tactical destroyer. I'd rate high-tech officer below burner. Tough or not that tough? Huh. That's a good. You know, there are some burners that are actually pretty tricky to deal with, and the trickiest of them all in the high sec is Worm from Goristas, because you're dealing with the same problem. You have to overheat your micro warp drive in order to chase him down and warp and scramble him to turn off his micro warp drive. If you burn your micro warp drive trying to chase him, that's it. He'll fly away. You'll not be able to get him. You'll not be able to stop him or do enough damage. And I do it on Nurgle, which is absolute beast when it comes to dealing with burner. Absolutely worth it, because keep in mind, they give you so much loyalty points, like 8 or 9,000 loyalty points in 5 minutes, if you know how to do it. Well, it's not reap right away. There is a way to escape it. Yep. Uh, Here's the thing: you burned micro warp drive. You better not burn your cap battery, because there is a cap battery also. But even if that happens, you still keeping your reps, and you should be still stable, right? So what do you do in a case like that? You go back to the beacon which you arrived to when you arrive to that room with a burner, and you set up the like a 500 meters radius to go, to orbit, and then you log out. Technically, you're supposed to survive him trying to shoot you, because you have to out tank his DPS. So, and my Nurgle with a mid Asclepian set definitely can survive that. And I never ended up in a situation like that, but I saw a video from Hateless Gaming when he go into very deep details explaining you how to escape this unlikely and very unfortunate situation if you do burn your micro warp drive trying to chase that worm. So if that burns out and there is no chance for you to catch it anymore, and you didn't get him with your scrambler, that means he's using that big distance flying around you as crazy. All you have to do is just come back to the beacon and orbit it for 5 minutes. So you log out and then you log in 5 minutes, and you should end up in an open space, so outside of that room where you're being locked up with a burner. So, and then you can just go fix your ship, make sure you realize what did you do wrong, not do it again, and keep a very close eye on your modules when you're trying to. Oh, thank you, thank you for following. Hi, Danishka. Also, there is one more thing to keep in mind. You gotta make sure your thermodynamics is researched to 5, so you can overheat, because I think it takes at least 3 hot cycles of the micro warp drive. Is it 1 ship total for all burners? Well, yeah, for Nurgle, I use Nurgle to kill all burners, unless we're talking about burner bases. For burner bases, it's different. Now you have to bring a sort of different ships for. If you're dealing with Thalasus, probably Deimos would be the best, even though Daredevil is doing the job just fine. What else am I using? If you're going against Ashimu, which is a Blood Raider cruiser, who just newts you to the 0 capacitor, you have to use a passive Gila, passive shield Gila. So, and eventually you get through the Ashimu. And there were quite a few others. So the only one burner I never was able to go after is a base for Guristas, where there is a super carrier with the fighters. So this one I never done. I don't know what ship would be the best. Probably I saw some people doing it on the Phantasm and Ikitursa, but I don't know. We'll try it. Sorry, I feel like I missed some of the messages from you. The burner enemies have faction loot? Yes, once in a while these burners are dropping faction loot, even though it doesn't happen very often for me. LP is nice for this quick mission, but always check their wrecks. There is a chance for them to drop the faction loot. Hateless got me into burners. I was never into situation to kill the client. Yeah, but remember how he explains it, right? because he kind of left a he left a very great explanation for how to deal with a situation like that. That means somebody ended up in it. Maybe he did. Who knows? Or do you need the unique ship for each burner? No. So Nurgle is doing the job for all the single and team burners. For base burners, you need the different ships. As I said, for Talos is Deimos, right? Yeah. Gila is for Ashimo. What else am I using? Shit. I use Vigilante for Angel base, where you have to deal with a bunch of daredevils. No, not daredevils. What's they called? Man, what is the angels? Dramil. Thank you. Just slipped off my mind. Yeah, these 4 Dramils get close to you like this. So what do? You know, they're so fast you cannot apply damage, but because Vigilante has these beautiful freaking bonuses for its Webifiers, I have 3 Webifiers equipped, and I can bring those Dramils to the speed of 5 meters per second. And you can apply the full damage of your blasters. Burners do sound like a lot of work for setup, but once that setup is completed, it's very great farm. That's how I was able to farm enough loyalty points to get the Odysseys. You know, Odysseys BPC, as well as Sisters of Eve resonators, which is also required to build it. Only work is getting the mission. Yeah, true. But you know, you cannot really underestimate those burners. Once I was so confident in what I'm doing that I was like doing another thing on another monitor and like talking on the phone. Oh, a couple of NPCs decided to escape. All right. So what happened was I was going against Enyo, if I remember correctly. It was Enyo or Daredevil, somebody who gets close to you with the blasters, and I forgot to turn on my resistances, kinetic and thermal. And guess what? Even with Asclepian, mid-grade Asclepians, with my ship that is blinked up, so my armor repair is working. I was like, why they apply so much damage? What is going on? And I'm already starting like overheating my wrapper, and I still managed to. They still managed to explode me, and then I realized, stupid, I forgot to turn on the freaking resistances, and that's crucial. Do burner mission kill pods? Good question. I never stayed long enough to put it to the test. because that would be a bummer to lose my expensive pod. Dimmer Hadron, I believe no. That would be, you know, this is something I would not check though. Oof, yeah. Very rare where PvE kill spots. Well, stay around them long enough and you'll find out. It just, you know, since Abyss NPCs are killing the pods, right? For me it's a rule of thumb, you know, to leave as fast as possible the grid in case if I get exploded. Because trust me, I've been losing some expensive ships in PvE activities, and it didn't feel safe to stay there when I got exploded. So, oh shoot. So, did I miss any other messages? Didn't unique? Yeah, Unified Nurgle, exactly. Unified I think it's the the video of Hateless Gaming called One Ship, All Burners, something like this. So you'll be able to find it. It's very detailed, great footage. Everything is up to the date, even though it's been quite a while since the video was made. I think with the beast, it's more you can't escape once you killed, so they pod you to save time. Yeah, that's also might be a little bit of a extra care from CCP. Yeah, but I never put it to the test, and you know, I'm afraid that they actually going after the pod as well. Maybe we should do the test once with a empty pod with no implants. Why not? Triggs got my pod back in the invasion event. Oh yeah, there was a lot of expensive losses when the Triglavian invasion took place. So not just pods or expensive ships, but also haulers. Of course, they could have just a pod escape abyss. Yeah, well, most of the time, pod is what is most expensive in this ship, because last time when I lost my freaking Gila, man, I had a high-grade Nirvana installed, and I was so freaking pissed off losing it all. Yeah, high-grade Nirvana lost, then expensive Gila lost. That's when I stopped doing abysses. It was tier 6 abyss on a passive Gila. For some reason, yeah, for some reason I thought that would be a good idea. Yeah, Abyss is brutal in high tier. Disconnect, mistake, or bad luck, and Billions last even before pod. Yeah, you know, even without bad luck, you just over time you're getting too confident or too comfortable in it. Oh, and you also can get ganked leaving the Abyss. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's why you started officer hunting. Yeah, I hope officer hunting will provide the alternative, but so far I would not recommend it to others much. To me, it's just it's more of an entertainment rather than money-making method. Bad spawn can kill you also, yeah. Not only bad spawn, but also how you prioritize the targets. There was a kill for me once when I decided to leave Vedmax for secondary targets, because a bunch of the Mavics were what they were doing. They were neuting. They were like starving the Mavics, and I decided, let me take care of starving the Mavics first, so they don't turn off my multi-spectrum. And then guess what happens? This Vedmax spooled up damage so fast, and it was 4 of them. Yeah, tier 6 Abyss, 4 Vedmax spooled like crazy. I don't love that it's so easy to gank Abyss. Well, it's easy for certain fits. If it's an active, expensive fit, like most of them are for the high tier Abyss, then yeah, you're potentially looking at very expensive loss. When you mission, you see local, there is a counterplay. Yeah, because once you get out of the Abyss, how you can counter it? Unless you have a assault damage control, but it's very certain ships that can be equipped with it. Not that many, right? Yeah, this is the this is the system with only one belt. I still decide not to skip it, and look, almost every time I'm here there is a spawn. Look at all these racks.
Warp drive active.
When you leave, it's just like a surprise you dead. Yeah, yeah. So assault control, assault damage control is the only counter, or unless you have extremely beefed up passive passive shield Gila that can survive. You know, just gotta overheat the multi-spectrum shield hardener you have, and then I don't know how many catalysts or coursers it takes to get through all that shield.
Warp drive active.
Have an alt next to the rift to watch when the enemy gankers arrive. Yeah, I was about to make that joke, and then choose to die at the beast or die from gankers. Yeah, it doesn't really help much, you know. Yeah, you have ice right next to the abyss exit, but how it helps you now, you know. Now you know that you're doomed when you escape. It just pretty much ensures your fate. I'm going to use an alt to summon Concord on my save. I've heard this. There is a counter tactic of spawning the Concord, but to be honest, I don't know how it works. How can you spawn it at your service? There is a counterplay to ganking Abyss as well. Use alt to gank the gankers to pull the card. Oh, okay, so that's what you do. So you attack them first, then there is Concord arrives, and they cannot really do much. At least they will not do enough. They will not do enough damage, and Concord will react to them immediately. And or sit on it with a counter gank, smart bomb setup. Okay, this is interesting. That's clever. Yeah, Dishes, you're right. This is. It gives time for assault. DCU. You shoot your main with your throwaway alt. Yeah, I got it now. How it works. Yeah, interesting. Thank you for telling that. Because I've heard there is a way to bring the Conquerors, like how you really spawn them, and then yeah, you gotta break the law basically. Yeah, but the problem is it's an activity where the only counterplay requires to buy another account. That's right. That's right. It's just quite a hassle. But you know, on the other hand, if you're using extremely expensive fits for high tier Abyss, you want some sort of protection, and going out of your way with having an alt who will smart bomb these gankers and bring the Concord on their asses is you gank yourself badly. Yeah. You know, with the smart bomb, I don't think you'll be able to apply much damage, right, to yourself. It just the whole concept is you apply any damage and you get your ass handed to you by Concord. That's the physics of it. Give me 1 second. Let me check one thing real quick. So when you mission, the counterplay isn't pay for an account and pay attention. Yeah, well said. And all that you can pay for in an hour of high tier abyss. Yep. So I'm gonna bring it back to 6. Concord summoning seeming better. Yeah, I agree. Concord is definitely a way to avoid it. Just does it give you a 100% guarantee? Right now you're protected. Okay, you see, let's say you're bringing up, you see the gank forming on the gates. I mean, not on the gates, on your abyss exit. And then what do? Do you attack them right away in order to spawn the Concord before you get out from the abyss? That seems to be the course of actions. Yeah, and then one Concord will be hanging out there for an hour or so, right? For how long the Concord's sitting in this spot when the shit hit the fan? I always thought like at least 30 minutes or so. So I do it at the start. Yeah. As soon as the gankers show up, right? That's what you mean. They show up, you attack them. What if the abyss is returned to the ship in a somewhere random radius around the rift? Well, that, you see, the random radius would be definitely a way to deal with the gankers, but it's just not what's happening, right? We're dealing with us getting out of the abyss within like 5 kilometers, right? So when I'm going to abyss, I shoot myself, then Concord comes, then I do my runs. Ah, so you pretty much preset it. I see. Man, I learned something new today. Until downtime or another gank. Honestly, I think they stay till oh, they stay till downtime. That's great. Or another gank. No, you summon them before gankers show up. Yep. So it saves Concord warp time. Even gates know. One second, let me do the next jump. Even gates know to put you at random location within 20 kilometers. That would be very nice for abysses to spit you out in 100 kilometers away. If there would be a big imaginary bubble of 100 kilometers radius, which would randomly place you somewhere on the corner of it, that means no gankers can be fast enough to catch you, unless they're like extremely lucky. So abusing Concord is illegal, but well, how about abusing suicide ganking mechanics is illegal? You know, that would be that's a problem. When extremely expensive ships can be taken down by some bunch of pieces of shit, and by pieces of shit I mean some crappy ships, right? Cheap crap ships. So another gank would summon them away, so you just summon them again if it happens. Oh, okay. So there is a mechanics of bouncing Concord back and forth. Wow. It's even more complicated than I thought. But that's how they know that you have extremely expensive ship you're flying into this abyss. Abyss is dangerous and doesn't need no counterplay game. Yeah, yeah. So it's not like it's walking in the park. First of all, you're trying to survive the Abyss with its kick-ass Triglavians and all these extremely, I don't know, harmful freaking Sansha spawns and shit. And then on the way out, when you're like barely survived, you're being expected by suicide gankers. Yeah, it's just... See, they don't bother me too much, but I know why people are pissed off. And I think there is a way to get out from that. So... I believe Concord abuses only you must die to Concord if you become criminal. Yeah, that's the whole point. They take down your ship and you move on. They're not taking down your pod though, right? But to me, it seems I don't know. It might sound pathetic. It might sound pathetic when I say, "Hey, gankers on a cheap ships taking down my expensive ship." That sounds like a butthurt. But why people are allowed to do it repeatedly? To me, I would do it like this. If some account did it once, okay, that's a first time warning. When the same account did it twice, let's say you have a low security status and high sec doesn't let you in for quite some time. And then if you do it third time, that means you do it on purpose. There is not a mistake, definitely. You are permanently banned from going to the high security space. That would be a freaking good way to counter that shit. But I doubt CCP would ever do such a thing. So... if it is, then why wouldn't they expect the beast pilots to protect themselves? Yeah, that's kind of rigged. The game is rigged against you. There are also deep safes in the game that makes a beast 100% safe. Yeah, when you before the downtime. You go into Abyss and then it spits you out extremely far away from the center of the system, and to scan you is extremely hard. Yeah, I've heard about that. They're also okay. They can always probe you. Unlikely. Yeah, 14 astronomical units from Celestial still in a game. Yep. Astronomical unit. Yeah. I think they want to high sec to have a PvP. Fine. Even if I disagree. But it should cost more than it does. Yeah. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. Extremely expensive ships going down before, you know, in front of some cheap shit. Some crappy catalysts or coursers just arriving all in mass and kill you, and altogether they're not cost even a small fraction of what your ship with a pod costs. This is the problem to address, and that's why I'm telling you. The way to counter it would be for CCP to address it directly. If your account does it more than 2 times, or 3 times, or let's say 5 times, you are no longer allowed in the high sec. That would be a freaking great way to counter it. That means your account you cannot get into any high sec gates as soon as you you know. Show your suicide face into one of the high security system, Concord just catches you right away and explode you. That would be a good counter. And then you have to go and create a new account. Concord needs a better record keeping. That mostly happens around Jita or in Jita and other hubs. Eve is all about the risk and reward, right? There is a... Where is the reward in 10 mil destroyer spam? Yeah. Yeah, you're exactly right. And that's we're at square one. When cheap ship is capable of taking down extremely expensive ones. And with no repercussions, except the security status going down, but you can easily fix it just by buying some stupid freaking tags or bringing it to Concord or selling. I know there is a way to bump up your security status using the NPC tags. Oh, haulers decided to show up. That's the third wave of haulers for today. I'm not even gonna look inside of them. I'm just gonna kill them all. Because they're definitely not bringing the Zidrin in them. The most expensive cargo I saw is Mexalon for like less than $500,000 ISK. No, they don't. Or at least... Nobody is even telling me ever that get 20 million that mining upgrade laser. Well, I haven't seen a single one of them dropping anything besides besides cheap minerals. That's it. You don't even need to fix it. You just keep working to gankers so they don't get NPCs police. Yeah. Yeah, but that's so far the most elegant way to fix the problem with exit the beast gankers is radius of spawning being 100 kilometers. If you're spawning upon exiting the abyss within somewhere 100 kilometers away, there is no way you're gonna get you're not gonna get caught. Just keep... Sorry, let me go to next. So just keep working the gankers. Oh, so a mining laser upgrade from Serpentis hauler once. No clue how rare it is. Oh, so you did have it. I did not know that. So I have a plan. Once I recover to my old ISK values, get a cloak Loki with a high long range volley. Maybe a waste of energy. There is no reward for sure, but maybe I can annoy a few of them. That's some small slice of revenge. Yeah. But you see, there are a bunch of trolls. These guys, seeing you reacting like that, that's exactly what they expect. You know, they expect these butthurt text messages. They expect you to be trying to come up with counter tactics, going above and beyond from your routine just to be able to protect yourself. It's their joy of the game, and there is nothing we can do to counter it. It's you know, it will take either CCP intervention or these guys are not having fun, because when you sending them all these toxic mails, they just have a laugh at it. Combat probes, fast warp, fast locker, and 100 kilometers random spawn is not a big fix. Yeah, 100%. Even with this 100 kilometer spawn fix, that would be enough. That would be more than enough to counter the problem. CCP is putting all their energy into Vanguard and Bad Eve 2.0. Well, they trying to... It's asset safety for them, right? Diversifying their income. Because so far they have only one duck, one chicken bringing the golden eggs. They know it's... as soon as that shifts, As soon as the people will find something more some more interesting project, um, the whole company will go bust, pretty much. That's why they're attempting so hard. But so far, you know, fixing the problems of EVE Online is and improving it over the years. What was pretty stable way to make sure that players are staying in. They have been trying to make a new game for 15 years now. True. Yeah, but every time they try asset safety, it fails. At least so far. Yeah, I hate to be toxic, but that's true. Yeah, I would, if I would be them, I would just focus on Eve. If they would have just taken 10 years to rewrite the postcode, etc., they could actually handle 4K people in one system and be fine and actually corner the market. Always banking on a latest stack wave that flops. So people have been telling CCP for 20 years to focus on Eve, and they do the same thing over and over. Yeah, it's just they listen to business and investors. They don't listen to game base. I mean, they do. They probably listen to game base more than other developers, but you know, investors will always be first. I actually think working on another game is a good idea. Yeah, as long as you're not leaving your working game behind and put it as a secondary priority. So that should be a priority. Making this game as good as possible should be a priority, and then you focus on another game. But why two? Put at least half of your energy into something proven to be popular. Something that if it dies, you die with it. Yeah, but also remember, Eve is dying for the last 23 years. It became a meme. Hey, Eve is dying. Eve is dying. And yet it's improving and it's still here. And the fun fests are pretty popular. Walking in the stations, Dust, Frontier, etc., etc. Yeah, I agree. I agree. All of it went to shit, and I'm pretty sure all the future projects will share the same fate. And that's me, you know, I'm trying to be optimistic about the game I love and the developers that I respect a lot. But unfortunately, this is the best product they have, and most likely that what they will ever have, and all their focus and energy should be here. And the game base. Fix Eve and make Eve better. It works, and it makes it a unique game. Yeah. They listen to some of the player base. In a Reddit, too much if recent events are any indication. To be honest, I missed it. I don't know what happened recently. I think it's better in a state than a year ago. Just there is a lot of niggling things that I think need a scratch. Yeah. Oh, Cheese King. If they want more money, improve the codes or rewrite a better engine. If they could handle thousands of people in a system without TD players would explode. Yeah, but you know, we're already playing into pretty unique environment when it's only one server. At the same time, handling all these players across all the EVE systems. Yeah, but I'm definitely share the same idea. Yeah, 1 second tick rate and time dilation is really bad for modern technology. I agree. It's it puts big limitations on a gaming process. Sorry, you guys are putting so many messages. I don't have enough. I cannot read fast enough. So incursions need a new faction or two. Lots of kill. Well, see, the messages are being read to my ears when they pop in a chat, so I don't miss them. But when there's like too many of them, one after another, I lose track. You know, just keep in mind that I have to read in a second language, understand it at the same time, trying to figure out what are you guys talking about, and then also making sure I'm addressing the same person who talks, because there are like a bunch of people talking at the same time. Yeah, when that happens a lot, I tend to turn off the reader so I don't get distracted, because it's hard to answer the question or answer to the comment and then hear the reader in my ears at the same time talking. That's my problem. But maybe if I would be born here in US, that would not be a problem, but for me it's a little hard. You deserve it. Thank you to Chris for the raid. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not bitching at all. Hold on, am I going to the right direction? No. Shoot. That's what we're supposed to do right here. Yeah, I'm not bitching. Thank you for the Criso 7. It just it got different. Honestly, even in 3 streams I've watched you, it got better in reading, keeping up with the chat. Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that. But I just missed a bunch of messages that I saw before. One second. Cheese King. Yes, very unique game. Where that's why we're all here. But it's Code Bass is 25 years old, and it's point lol. Boss is still a game. Yeah, I get it. So EVE isn't only game with thousands of people in a fight anymore. It's not common, but it's been done better. Yeah, they're being prisoners of the old architecture and architecture of the engine, of course. So what should they do at the moment? How they can they pretty much in a situation where they have to reinvent the wheel to make this game better, which is almost impossible, or come up with a new product which will diversify their income and eventually take their game base from one game to another. But with such a great game as EVE, it's very hard to imagine. go on to the next one.
Warp drive.
Yeah, I feel like I pay so much attention to the chat that I almost did not look at the screen of the game. So it was like all automatically jumping from one belt to another. I hope I didn't leave officer behind me. I think their idea was we will make Eve build better than Frontier, but unfortunately they have a bad track record when it comes to game design. Capacitor is a fuel now, and it runs out equal I'm not really interested. Oh, you're talking about Frontier. I never tried it.
Warp drive active.
Officer Usaras Koirola appears in chat but flies away. Hey, don't joke like this, Odysseus. It's about time for her to show up. Come on, man. We just have a bunch of Sunshine slavers and scavengers. Come on, girl. Usaras. Would you ever guess name, hearing name Usaras that belongs to a girl? Sounds more like some sort of Persian king of the past or something like this, like Xerxes. Usaras. Oh, we just got damaged.
Warp drive active.
Usaras Koirola. Jesus. It's like name came out of randomizer. By the way, there is a randomizer to create the name. Maybe it's pronounced USA Koirola sounds female. Well, that's a last name, right? Then
Warp drive active.
Makra Osman. That's male, right? The Blood Raider officer. But his first name is Makra. Even though Osman is the last name. Well, Osman can be male or female, either way. But it does sound more male than female, yeah. Then, what's the name of the Angel Cartel officer? Ramaku Basta. What in that name sound male or female to you? Ramaku, first name, Basta, last name. Go figure. The names are pretty unique, I'd say. Oh, I was saying about randomizer. When you're creating the character, you can actually play with a randomizer and kind of throws these names for you. If I remember correctly, when I was creating my character, I pick the last name for the character from randomizer. So, see the name there? That Eva Tori came from EVE Online. UKYO, that Yukio, that's a Japanese name I just like from some game I used to play back in the days. And Eva Tori was suggested by the game itself. All sounds male. Ramako Basta? Ramako Basta. I don't know. It's hard to kind of visualize what kind of person you would meet when you hear Ramako Basta. Even though I did come up with a thumbnail on YouTube how I would visualize the Ramaku Basta. You can find it on one of the streams. Ramaku Basta not. Ramaku Basta not. Jesus. The names sound Eastern European to me. Yeah, Eastern European maybe mixed with the Indian names somehow. Yeah, Eastern European with maybe with Indian a little bit. A mercenary to me, yeah. You mean you're talking about the thumbnail? Yeah, just I wanted him to look as a more disciplined, because out of all these factions, I believe Angel Cartel is the most disciplined and organized criminal organization, comparing to Guristas or Blood Raiders or Sansha. So Angel Cartel is the one who kind of sticks out by the, I don't know, maybe sort of military presence and organization. I started hunting again, and yeah, you were 100% right. The first rats you find have delay to shoot. Yeah, that's how it works. When you jump into the system, the very first ones, you have to wait for them to apply either negative EWAR effects on you or damage. But that's only happening with the very first ones in that system. So after that, it's like a... Well, it gets smooth. Sansha Butcher. Such a weird thing. Yeah, it's just the way it's set up. Just gotta... It's something to keep in mind rather than complain about. I think it's set up like that for some reason. It's just hard for me to figure out what exactly is that. But I think it has something to do with the bots. So they cannot recycle. So they would easily break the cycle of this applying damage. But I don't know. Yeah, it's not a big deal for a live player. It's a big deal for a bot. I'm not the expert in the bots. I just know they exist, and CCP is fighting against them. So you can probably trigger them faster with a target painter or something for autos. Yeah. Yeah, but then you see you have to lock them, and we want to avoid that. We don't want to waste any time. I forgive CCP this time. Yeah. But defense, good. Yeah, that's what it most likely is. I think it's some sort of counter tactics against botting, against the algorithms that are used. Even though I don't know how long it's been applied, but I haven't used auto-targeting missiles like 8 years ago when I started playing that game. I started heavily rely on them maybe a couple years ago when I started to try to be more efficient at ratting. Trying to find like the most optimal way to kill these red triangles as fast as possible. Yeah, I need that jewel on my crown. Come on. I'm talking about the officer. Come on, that one girl make me happy in Amar today. Against High's botting. So many bots in the nullsec, I won't get into it. It's nuts what's going on there. Oh, there you go. See, in that new system, I was like, why I'm not applying any damage? It's just because they did not track disrupt me yet. It's nuts what's going on there. You're talking about high sec? Yeah, I'm not sure if high sec has such a bots infestation as null sec, though. Because what high sec bots can be used for? No, I don't know. Besides mining, do you call this mining safe? No. If you're gonna be mining in expensive fits, your bots will be killed just like everybody else. Because you will definitely not gonna be warping away, right? In the high sec every time somebody gets into the system. Like in null sec, I know they're programmed to leave the site as soon as the neutral shows up on the grid. I don't know if you're interested. Here's the Legion feeds. Now that I'm back in on PC. Oh yeah, yeah. Please share. Please share. That would be awesome. Not even mining, as rocks are so small. Yeah, rocks are small volume and small price as well. You know, you're mining very cheap shit. What is the point? You know, you're gonna be losing mining barges. So nullsec botting seem to be way more prevalent than high-sec mining botting that I've seen. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense for people to I don't know, are they use bots for mining or are they doing the Ishtar bots, you know, going through combat sites? I think that was the most common use for bots. Oh shoot, link did not appear. I have, it's probably a link protection in the chat I have. What we can do, if you're on PC, share your character's share your character's name with me. Maybe we can advanced bots pull drops. Oh, advanced bots pull drones, leave side dock and log off. Log into every 5 minutes. If anyone in local, they log off again. The Ishtar. They all insta-dock. Way quicker than human reaction for the Ishtars. Here is my name. Cool. So maybe it's gonna be easier for you to add me a little quick. IGN is Gmore, the Gmore, da 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 da. Hold on a second. What is a personal? No, it's not that. I forgot. How do I look for the? for the characters.
Active.
Oh, yeah. I just accepted it. There you go. There you go. Got it. Let me add you. A little quick. Yeah, now you can drop the feet over here. We'll take a look at it.
Warp drive active.
Let me simulate it real quick. That's interesting looking Legion. Alright, what do we have? What do we have? Hyperspatial, low friction, yep, so it's pretty fast. What do you have over here? On a subsystem, propulsion, yeah, assault optimization, covert recognition. Okay, and you have warp scrambler, stasis webifier. Yeah, who knows? Maybe take a dark blood stasis webifier with this with a 15 kilometers distance of webifying. Republic fleet large cap battery, yeah, an afterburner, thermal and kinetic, yeah, plus couple mediums ones. Yeah, nice feat. It will definitely do the officer hunting for you. It just, as we speak more and more about what succubus can do, it just, I'm thinking like, what if the succubus will try to manage the distance as far as possible, like 15 kilometers. I haven't seen anybody recordings of that fight.
Warp drive active.
So Omar Lennon. Oh, I see the characters. I'm gonna. What is the point of covered up clocks on both of my feet? Well, covered up clocking is the only reason why these Tengus survived the suicide gankers, and it happened during the hunting of the PvP situations first, and then suicide gankers is another one. I was able to outsmart the suicide gankers on the belts. There was a stream when I was going after Angel Cartel Officer, and you can see what happened there. How they... Yeah, and getting the valuable officer modules home as well. Definitely a good idea to use covered ops. Plus, when I placed it, I thought maybe I'll be doing the Solitude territory too. And I mean, those little pockets of high security space hidden behind the low sec. That's where you need a covered ops cloaking device as well. I feel like I missed something. I was worried I made an expensive firework. Forgot to check the price. 686. So yours is more expensive than mine for sure, but not that much. Because in the beginning I was flying Tengu, which worth 100, I mean 1 billion, 1.1 billion. That was expensive firework, and that's what got me worried when the suicide gankers started to show up at my asteroid belts, and I had to switch to just regular Tech 2 passive shield Tengu in order, you know, not to lose all that value. But 684 is still okay for tactical cruiser. Paradox PP. Yeah. So you already. Because with my feats, I mean, I'll try to be ready for PvP as well as this officer fight. Dark Blood Web will bring it closer to 800, yeah. Yeah, but that's how you get your extra 5 kilometers of stasis with defying range. Because you're going from 10 to 15 kilometers instantly. And I know it costs a lot, but it might worth it. Might be worth it. Depending on what kind of officer you're going after. Because it's just my suspicion that succubus will try to stay away from you. Who knows, maybe they all act the same, trying to be as close as possible to you. You know, trying to nuke you as much as possible, staying close to you. But I might be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I don't want you to lose the ship over that. So if you're being extra prepared... If you're being extra prepared for the long range, it will not hurt. So stats web branch is pretty important, I imagine. Yeah, if you're trying to slow down your target, for sure. Are the double B-type reps overkill? No, it's not overkill. It's overkill for hunting the officer, but well, let me think about it a little more. Because it's not, they don't do much damage. They do some, but you better not panic and just go through it. There is no damage that Legion cannot handle. And by the way, let me look one more time at your... Oh, B-type mediums. So you have every 9 seconds 475 HP repaired. You have pretty high resistances there, especially against kinetic. Just fit full PvP, no cloak, no scanner. Drop the whatever you don't use, make room for something else. You're talking about my Tengu, or you're talking about the Legion? T2 reppers will do job just fine, with enough feeding for them. The large shield booster was 1k regenerator, so stats... So that's what I was comparing it to. Okay. See, you're kind of trying to over-prepare yourself for each and every situation. Maybe that's a mistake. If you're going after Panolopa Atama, which is Dread Goristas, 2 reps are overkill. For sure. 1 rep will be enough. You'll do enough damage, and keep in mind, as far as I remember, they try to get close to you. Oh, you were talking about Tengu. Let me take a look at my Tengu real quick. Expanded probe launch. See, that's just a... That's just a protection for me. In case if I go to the low sec. Because once in a while I do this scanning around. Plus another thing is I'm trying to complete this daily air tasks as well. And that's where it comes handy when you need to scan 5 signatures.
Warp drive active.
Right, and it's expanded probe launcher. It's free to fit because of the bonuses of that Tango. T3 bonuses are awesome. Should I put 1 missile guidance systems there? Yeah, missile guidance system would be probably better for the Legion. Because since you're complaining about the range of the rockets, that's exactly what would help. Hold on, one more thing I wanted to take a look at. So you warp away in 6.23 seconds, standard warp speed of 5 AU per second. Yeah, it doesn't seem like these hypervelocity ones, the rigs really helped you a lot on a speed. You still warp away pretty, you know, it takes some time. So when it's turned off, it's over 6 seconds. Remember when I fitted my Tengu with a nanofiber structure and 3 velocity, hyper velocity rigs? I was able to warp away in 3.5 seconds. And the speed of warp was almost 7 AU per second. So it did benefit my Tango a lot, but I don't see the same benefit for Legion, to be honest. The missile guidance computer would be a good option as well. Sorry, I'm not that good at fitting, so I cannot really do it on the fly for you. But what you're suggesting is a good idea. And 2 reppers, that's an overkill for going after the officer. For you, especially when you're bringing like those B types, medium B types, they're pretty expensive. PvP feats. Okay, let's take a look at the PvP feats. Okay, so you are at 747 mil missile guidance computer. You have 300 DPS here with a open to suggestion to rigs could go for missiles rig instead of align time. Yeah, because this align time doesn't really help you much here. Plus, you're way overprotected when it comes to the resistances. Oh, so this time you put thermal and kinetic.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, instead of yeah, for the I forgot what it's called, Tech 2 rigs for the missile guidance. Energy missiles. I was looking at them.
active.
Resist are the same. I just upgraded the Webifier and changed one rep to missile guidance. Yeah, that's much better. That's optimized for the Panolopa Atama hunt, because she doesn't apply that much damage. She tries to get close to you. You know, you'll be able to Webify her easily and scramble. And plus, if you're doing this profile damage of kinetic, you'll be able to get through her shield very easily. Yeah, I'm just thinking about the rigs. Which rigs would be better? Not rigger. What about the warheads? Tributes. See this rig? Medium warhead rigger catalysts. So it's designed to decrease the signature radius factor for missile explosions at the expense of increased CPU requirements for the launchers. Oh shoot, you have 45 on the CPU. Yeah, you need to focus on maybe. So you have to choose either application of damage, or you want your missiles range more. Because I know those rigs have different requirements too. Some of them taking way too much of your of this stuff right here, the calibration. So medium warhead rigger catalysts. Okay, so good. It fits. And your, let's do Scourge Navy missiles. 320 on your damage DPS. So optimal for damage to belt rats would be something insta hitting, but more clicks. Yeah, probably. It's just, you're saying you're not really dealing with a situation where the NPC spawning too far, right? So it doesn't happen very often. Maybe it's better to concentrate on application rather than distance of your missiles flying. Yeah, I would definitely go for the damage application first. Because time that you're saving by killing the NPCs faster will combine into much, for more time economy, rather than you're losing a little bit of time getting a little closer to the far spawning NPCs. It happens maybe once in 50 belts, and it adds maybe 10 seconds to the clear time. Yeah, see, it's not significant add. Application makes more sense, you're 100% right. You're going to be using it at every single belt, unlike the missiles range. Missiles range is used only once in a while when it's needed, when it's too far. But once you'll be able to spawn the officer, he'll get to you. He'll get close to you very fast to his optimal range. So, and what are you going to be needing in this situation? Application or the range? Obviously an application. Every belt and helps with the officer. Yep. Every single belt, and it's gonna add probably 15 or 20% efficiency on when you're gonna be facing the when I'm gonna be facing the officer himself. Ay. Bunch of butchers. Yeah, so far even the commanders, we had only one. Really appreciate the advice. Hey, no problem. I wish I could be helping more, but at least I can only share my experience when it comes to these officers, and you will pretty much come to conclusion what rigs and modules you're gonna be needing the most. So guidance computer is a great option, and application rig also will benefit you, because when you put these hypervelocity rigs in there, it doesn't seem like it helps you a lot, unless you move all the rigs and put that hypervelocity spatial ones only. Maybe then you'll see the difference in a traveling between the belts. Flight times up to 65. That's all you're gonna be needing. I do not recall NPCs spawning further away than 65 kilometers. So I'd say 62 is the furthest one I saw so far. The only time when I really needed this long range damage is when these diamond rats appeared, and I was trying to kite them as much as possible to stay away from them. The guidance computer alone kind of fixes the issue. Good. There is a probably limit to how helpful the hyperspatial rigs are. Yeah. If you can clear all the systems in 25 minutes or less, then extra warp speed is not needed. Yes, exactly right. It's hard to fit for the fight you haven't fought, and also there is not a lot of info on out there, so it's really helpful. Yeah, I'm glad if it was helpful for you. No problem, because you can only align it with fitting of mine. Yeah, Dishes is he knows the drill. He was helping me through the like superior sleeper caches and stuff. I was like, damn, we done a lot together. Yeah, it's still the most stressful moment of my streams. The archive room of the superior sleeper caches. Yeah, it's because of the pricing of the freaking Odysseys. Holy hell, let's raise the 5 billion Odysseys in a scary site we've never ran before. Yeah, that kind of sums it up. But it was entertaining, wasn't it? I loved it. And I think I kind of over secured it. I think I could have stayed longer. But also that would be a very embarrassing. Yeah, it was a good entertainment. That was cool. But also right now, you know, I'm thinking about, I was flying this freaking extra expensive ship full of expensive modules inside, with 2 expensive ships fitted inside in my maintenance bay, right? that Hecate with the blink fit, my Astero with the blink fit. The whole thing was flying all together as a big piñata. And even though it had a lot of passive armor, but still, 20 catalysts, that's all you need to kill it all. I forgot, what was the max price when everything was fitted in it? Shoot, I can't even remember. Say hello to the ad blocking I'm gonna be installing by the next time. Because that's pretty annoying. Oh shoot. I thought I'm applying damage here. Yeah, maybe we should bring Odysseus once in a while. It just, I don't want to make an announcement of it, because that's definitely a piñata time. Because I feel like more time passed, more hunting for the Odysseus is starting to happening, comparing to what it used to be. But I'm definitely not gonna be. Is passive tank the same as buffer tank? Yes, exactly. So you need a buffer for that damage. Oh, true, Sansha. There you go. We have a second commander spawned. Come on, I need at least one expensive implant today. Buffer tank, or do passive modules imply some level of regen? No, they don't do the regen themselves. They're just giving you extra buffer, and if you have a shield purgers, for example, they will provide you with the regeneration of the shield. That's what I do usually on my Gila. I install 3 rigs, medium tech 2 shield purgers, and that kind of kicks up that regeneration so high, as high as it gets for it. So no idea how officer rats work, but I would use fast clear ship for the belt warp in the killer. For the officer, it would be like 50% faster. The officer doesn't warp. Yeah. I have no idea how long it takes for the officer to warp off, but I'm sure there is a timer. There is a timer for them, how long they stay in a system. Come on, implants. Nah, didn't happen. Odyssey is running anomalies in Gorista space using polarized weapons. It will be a good stream. Yeah, good and short. Remember, the most damage from for the Odysseys is happening from the drones, right? So it makes no sense to use the polarized laser. Imagine you installing one polarized laser into it, and it brings you that one little puny laser brings your resistances to 0. So they don't need 20 they don't need 20 Corsairs no more. They need 8 or less. It was a big tank though, right? How big was the tank? 120 HP, or what was the tank for the Odysseys? I'll check later. I already forgot, but I do remember we brought that buffer up. Screw Eve, no implants for Nublish. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It didn't happen before, and I did not have too much of expectations for this commander. But it's interesting how we spawned 2 commanders and three haulers today, right? Yeah. Very manly feat with the polarized. You start bringing these polarized weapons a lot. I don't know. We call it manly feat. It's definitely an alpha move, alpha man, right? Alpha male, but it's just brainless, absolutely brainless. I know a guy that halves gas in Aridia in an Odysseus. Mad lad. Exactly. We did gas halving once in an Odysseus. I just wanted to try it out, just to see what it's like. Absolutely makes no sense, because it was, I think it was one of the expeditions which gives you a site with the gas, and also there is a, I can't remember, was it some D&D site with the gas? Odysseus, but I would definitely not do it again. So if any future streams with the Odysseus, it's not going to be announced, and I'm not going to tell what I'm going to be doing. But so far, you know, the concept already established. It's absolutely unparalleled comparing it to other ships, bringing the high sec platform that is capable of everything. You bringing this little fleet with you, you're capable with to take down anything that high sec throws at you. We're talking sleeper caches, we're talking D&D sites, covert research facilities, name them all. You have a size limitations, you cannot, you know, since it's a battle cruiser, he even killed another one. Hold on, he killed another Odysseus with his Odysseus? Is it what you're talking about? That would be interesting to take a look at. Quite an expensive fight to look at. Yeah, but I was saying that 4 out of 10 is a minimum size which you can take the battle cruiser into, right? And that's what Odysseus is, a battle cruiser. So when you're bringing tactical destroyer with you, that solves the problem. You go to 3 out of 10s. And I'm not sure about 2 out of 10s too. Probably 2 out of 10s as well. The destroyer can handle, can be allowed to go there. And for everything else, like exploration sites, and if you want to go for 1 out of 10, Astero will help out. Yep, can run 2 10s in tactical destroyer. Thank you. Yeah, I thought so. I forgot. So that Hecate that I had was going into all of it. Shoot. Give me 1 second. We have a... Oh, we have a raining again, starting in a minute. Yeah, in a half hour or so, we're expecting guests coming over. So we'll be finishing up the stream pretty soon. And my wife just texted me about it's possibly we're gonna have a raining starting soon as well. So if I'm planning to do the grilling, like all these shish kebab and steak, I'm gonna have to start as soon as possible. We're only missing officer now. Come on, Usaras, how could you do that to me? This girl's ignoring me for so long. How come I was able to spawn Makra Osman, but nobody else? Is it because he is a bloodsucker? His blood raider? Who wanted that Capsuleer's blood so much? Because everybody else just tell me to go get lost.
Warp drive active.
You know this feeling of where is the officer? Yep. Yeah, it's a great feeling. When the officer is around the corner. But he's not. Come on, one more belt. Just one more belt.
Warp drive active.
The irony is the more I do it, the more I'm willing to do it, however long it takes. Yes, because it has its promise of a big reward at the end, and you cannot deny it. Then having this purple module dropped and paying off for all this effort it's very promising. So my time wasn't wasted. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I don't consider my time wasted either. Because it just, you know, more you do it, more it feels like I'm getting closer to my target. But that luck with the Blood Raider, on the very first attempt, was epic. I happened not to realize how epic it was. You know, first 2 hours of doing that and I spawned the officer. Come on. But then it started to... Cozy activity can watch streamer while doing it. Yeah, because it's not much happening until the officer actually shows up. And then, boom, you know, everybody wants to see what's inside. What's that piñata brought to me? All these bunch of purple candies. Unfortunately, Usaras, she doesn't have much of the variety. All she drops is one afterburner, one small capacitor booster, one laser, and this remote capacitor transmitter, which I don't care about, because that's the cheapest one out of them all. Yeah, but definitely this capacitor booster and afterburner would do it for me.
Warp drive active.
Alright, I feel like I still gotta finish the cycle. I have 2 more systems to go. So 14. Ah, shut up. Less variety is better. Yeah, because you can. There is very certain like half of them will bring you a lot of money. Like Afterburner and that capacitor booster is super expensive comparing to this transmitter
Active.
and laser. Laser's a little over 1 bill. More chances for the good stuff. Yeah, it's like 50-50. Do I make all my own routes or is there a master list? Well, I make them for myself. So, and it starts from a beginning when you actually find a system. When you actually find a system, and then all these belts, I personally bookmark them for myself, because otherwise I can easily forget which belt I'm at. Because I've seen people doing like all this, they just right click. They do the right click and this between the context menu, they're like jumping between these belts. But I'm not these belts are not properly aligned. Oh, you made an overview that just shows belts and gates and do it in order. Okay, that's also a way to do it. Yeah, I found it much easier to bring all the bookmarks for myself. Yeah, into. See, when you press L, it brings these little locations and bookmarks for yourself. So if I have it all bookmarked, it's easy for me to organize. There is a theory that officers spawn more if you have a low standings with their faction. Well, with as much PvE activity as I've done, I'm pretty sure my standings with all these NPC factions are as low as it gets. Especially Sansha, because I live in Amar for a while, and shit. We're talking about pretty low standings. But you know what? When you're killing these asteroid belt NPCs, it's not Sansha. It's true power. The standings that getting lowered. And that's interesting thing to know about. Where is that? Interactions. Yeah, see? My true power is 1.7, which is probably considered pretty high. So it's a positive standing, technically. Comparing it to just Sansha, where they at? Am I blind? Why I don't see them? I don't see just a regular Sansha. Amar, Angel. There you go. No, that's a syndicate. Why I don't see Sansha? Evermore, Tucker. Sansha, -6. How is that for standing?
Drive active.
My bookmarks are already such a mess. Yeah, well, I have like 500 of those. I mean, I can believe it, but there is so much little actually confirmed about officer. Yeah, that's the mysterious nature of that activity, and that's what kind of being so magnetic about it for me personally. First of all, high reward. Second is how rare it is. It kind of brings you to this 1% EVE players club. But you know, speaking of standings, see, -6.0 with Sansha, -5.77 with Serpentis. What about my Guristas? -599. How is that for low standings? Angel Cartel, -588. Blood, -6.0. So you can see it's a hardcore PvE PvE character who was killing these rats left and right throughout all these years to ruin the standings with them so low.
Warp drive active.
Come on, we're getting closer. I don't know, like I feel like I reinvented EVE Online for myself because I was bored with the things. You're doing similar stuff over and over again. But even though what I do right now is a repetition of same thing over and over again, it's, you know, you're not losing that that drive. You just want to keep doing it. Also because of the entertaining aspect of it, when you actually getting rewarded for this, when these big modules are dropping. I can't imagine how great it is. Starting to lose my voice. The guests will be coming over and I will not be able to speak to them. What have you been doing? I don't tell on my stream. I don't tell nobody. Nobody who knows me, you know, ever heard about it. I don't want no judgment.
Warp drive active.
Koirola is true power. Next bell. Next bell to do it. Almost. Just Sansha butchers. Casually put on VOD on the stream, or TV during the party. Well, shit, man, that's almost happened once. My little son, he was watching YouTube videos not so long ago, and because he was doing it from my account, from my second account, which is subscribed to this one, it's, you know, he got referred to the video, and he's like watching some popular YouTuber, and all of a sudden he saw my video on the bottom amongst the ones that are being suggested. He goes, "How come you're there in TV?" He's 6 years old. Like, your daddy is famous. And he sees me. I mean, come on, he's looking. It was hilarious because he was watching some. I think some videos about Cristiano Ronaldo. I think it was like I Show Speed video, and then Mr. Beast. All these videos that usually like little kids liking, and then all of a sudden my video is suggested. Of course, it kind of makes an impact for 6 years old. He was like, oh, "You're like next to these guys." So like, yeah, only on that TV though. There is nowhere else. Alright, well, let's go to the final system of Sakti. See if we can bring the girl. Man, that would be so epic if she shows up right now. It would be hard for me to hide the excitement for the guests, you know, when they show up. Hey, why are you so happy? Oh, I just freaking got the officer spawn on the asteroid belt. Like, what are you talking about?
Active.
Never mind. Give me beer. Yeah, I will definitely get drunk tonight if Koirola decide to show up on the grid. Officer time, exactly. Please. Am I asking for too much? Get a shirt that says 1% club. Yeah. Should consider that. No other explanation. Exactly. If you don't know, that means you're not supposed to know.
Warp drive active.
Madoc Madas Chaos. Welcome aboard. We're almost done with the stream today, but we're not done with this type of activity.
Active.
You don't know what you don't know, you don't? Exactly. Yeah, I would confuse the hell out of this guess. No, trust me, it's not a, you know, it's not a pleasant talk to share what I do to people of my age right now. Whoever comes over, they're like 50 years old, 50 years old and 40 years old. I don't want to share that with them. I don't want to tell them that I still play computer games. Still love it. Like my first day. So the Hecate Koirola got looks to me like he was holler hunting and got surprised. But what sense does it make the holler hunting in a high sec? Fair, but also these days it feels like everyone of every age plays. Well, it happens more and more, but among my friends, somehow, it's just not it's not welcomed. It's just they're like staying away from it. Maybe because the circle of friends is formed mostly by my wife. Who knows? You know, she's usually dealing with people like, oh, there should be serious family guys, family ladies, all about family, work, investments, business, all that crap. And I mean, I'm not calling it crap. It's just to me, it should be a space for myself too. And I really don't wanna look at anybody's judgment. Like, I don't judge other people hobbies and activities. I don't want to be judged either. I still like anime, by the way, especially the classic ones. From time to time I still watch that Ghost in the Shell just to have that feeling. Man, and Parallel. It did the impact very first time when I saw that anime, cartoon classics, and I still love it to this day. I played with my dad and he pushes 70. Respect. Hey, I'm not gonna be killing NPCs anymore. I just wanna bounce the remaining belts, because I already have complaints on the phone here. So... cheaper than expensive midlife crisis purchase. Yeah, like a Corvette, some sort of Corvette with a freaking flames on the sides. Yeah, exactly. 40 mil drop, box that can contain faction mining loot. But that type of activity should be done in low sec, right? As far as I know, you don't do it in a high sec. Okay, I'm not gonna be fighting them. I'm just jumping to see what's on the belts.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. So that they don't know how cool the ships are. Yeah, just maybe it's a good idea to bring him in and show, hey, look at my hangar. See what I have. Sorry guys, I'm just jumping this 12 or 13 more belts. I'm not even killing NPCs no more. I just wanna take a look if it's spawned or not. If not, we're call it day. Ghost in the Shell standalone complex is the best series created. Well, I didn't watch the series. I watched the only the the original one, and I think 3 other parts that came after.
Warp drive active.
And of course, the first one is really something to this day. Anime is great, and a lot of it is always for adults. Agreed. Agreed. Such a good show. You know what? Thank you for advice. So, Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. I want to take a look at it. The problem is I'm the only one who's going to be watching it. I'll not be able to convince my wife to look at it with me. Black Lagoon is one of my favorite of all of them. Okay. High sec NPCs haulers regularly drop that. We must probably talking about different type of haulers, because the haulers that I'm being able to spawn on the asteroid belts, they're dropping minerals, and Adishas just mentioned that once in a while they drop mining faction loot. So maybe it's a good idea to check what they have inside every time, not picking up the minerals like I did the very first time. I recommend Wolf Rain, a masterpiece. Okay, you know what? It's good you guys mentioning at the end of the stream. I'm gonna save all these names for the play. For the watching it later, especially on my own. Thank you, because I always like this sci-fi and cyberpunk stuff. Oh, different ones. Diamond Rats. Okay. Well, I haven't seen the hauler yet. I did see the Diamond Rats mining fleet, but I've never seen the hauler bringing with them. Like, remember that time when I did... Yeah, it was also Sansha Officer Hunt in Amatar space. And it was Angel Cartel mining operation. That's when we first bounced our heads with this fleet, and I realized how strong they are. But the problem is, I have never seen them having, besides the Ventures and some other mining ships, they did not have a hauler with them. Otherwise, I would definitely try to kill it. Because I've heard they can drop something. So okay, that's different type of hauler with the diamond. Thank you for explaining. I appreciate that. Because I've seen them with the blue color, like when you arrive and you see some NPC-friendly corporation doing the mining, and there is a hauler there. And I don't think if you attack that blue color once, do you trigger the Concord? Or no? Yeah, but when I saw those red ones, they did not have hauler with them, only the mining ships. All right, 3 more jumps, guys.
Drive active.
Yeah, and I spent 5,000 heavy missiles again. It seems like a normal amount. We usually go through 5,000 of these Legion auto-targeting missiles per stream.
Warp drive active.
Alright, 2 more. Usaras, you have a chance to make me happy towards the end of the stream. Please. Don't be such a bitch.
Warp drive active.
Oh, that's interesting. So you shoot them, they warp off. Then you warp off, they summon Diamond Rat's fleet. Then you combat scan them, and they're at their safe spot. Their entire cycle of third. Okay, yeah, I definitely have to watch some sort of guide on that, because I thought you catch the hauler when it is.
Docking permission requested.
Curse you, officer, for not spawning. Yeah,
Docking requested.
not today, guys. Unfortunately, not today. That's okay. All right. Let's laugh together at these pathetic drops that we had for today. That's it. 618,000. How is that for a drop? True Sansha microwave lens and regular Sansha microwave lens. Couple of copper tags, and of course the Maxalon. Next time, 100% guaranteed. Yeah, thank you. All right, I gotta run. Thank you for the company, guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate the advices. Appreciate the hints for the TV shows, cartoon shows, and all these anime. I really appreciate that. All right, have a nice weekend, and until next time, Noblish out.